can you please look up this site?
See if we can figure out something.
Hi guys. Of course I'm unprepared. Would you expect anything else? And now I'm portaling to Matthew. So I got, what are these called again? Jubbers? I don't know if that's the name. And I'm trying to get them to connect to my I'm trying to get them to connect to my laptop, and they are not. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab I'm going to grab Fleischer because I need to get my normal headphones, or this is going to be difficult. Now I feel bad being live at the same time as Matthew. Okay. Can you guys hear? Because I can't yet, because obviously I've got these in. Weird that they're not picking up. Like, this doesn't go live. Okay, I should have hit play first.
Yes. Similar type of investigation.
Weird.
What reminds that question? On the DWS second. Did we get a new lawyer on Atlanta?
And I don't know if we got a new lawyer.
Hey. Hey, Vic. Hey, Vic, did you appoint someone to Almanza Acosta?
I did twice. Ruben.
You can hear.
Yes, the new attorney.
Do we know if Ruben's coming?
Oh, wait, that's out of
Okay, now that I can hear, I feel a bit better. He doesn't go live for another 53 minutes. So at least we're not at the same time. Tish is about to mow. Nice. Oh, this is good news. Greeners, because where's your thing? Why can't I super chat here yet? Because YouTube is slow with the watch time. Let's see if I can. That was a gift from my sister-in-law to remind me to hold my space. We leased this car unseen. Oh, wow. That is brave. yeah, YouTube basically has watch time, right? And so when I calculate, then my watch time is up to date. Like I should be able to pass the milestone, but I have to wait for them to say that they've audited it and it's past the milestone. So it's a little bit annoying, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm just stoked that I don't have to keep like updating to see my subscribers because it gets a little stressful. Also, is Josh here yet? Because I wanted to find that trial he spoke about yesterday, and I can't remember, and it didn't download because my computer has no space because I have currently about 11 things open in iMovie, and a lot of them are Judge Simpson from before he deleted at like 6 hours each. I did, however, get the other thing to export. So I'm going to put on Judge Fleischer for a bit because I am still going to be working a little while. Let me just double check. Oh my gosh, what on earth? I got unsubscribed from Matthew Harris. How? Why? Why does YouTube keep unsubscribing me from people? It's done it with Brandy like a million times. I'm going to put this. Why am I seeing participants? Matthew. No, Josh yet. Some mod you've got there. Okay, so that was the one thing I thought of watching is that trial. The other thing is I do have a full trial, the one that I mentioned to Recovery Addict. But if people are wanting to just chill today, then we can watch the rest of Judge Fleischer or some of the other randoms I found while I've been scrolling. Thurston was on earlier. Judge Manning. Judge Manning looks like she's got an interesting one. Maybe let me poll since I can. Because this whole time I said I can't poll because I don't have that ability, but actually I can. Start a poll. Well, I suppose not this evening for you guys, but it is evening for me. Can't see my poll now. Okay. The poll is, whoa. It's going very, it's 25, 25, 40, 50, 40. I'm going to have to put a timer. Like by the time the clock strikes 16, I'm going to cut it. So if you haven't voted yet, it's a very tight result there. I've now got Vaughn's chair but the setup is still not right. I might have to shift you around a little. You need a court roulette option for those of us that aren't too picky. If you aren't picky, close your eyes and choose either one. So I wanted to start with the local trial that I was talking about. However, the first 8 days are missing online. So I currently cannot start that without being able to give you a background. And now is not the time I can give you a background at this point. Poor Warner, he's just left standing. He bought a standing desk, so he chose his own fate. And we're at 16. Let me end the poll. End the poll. It's the trial you mentioned. Okay. So that trial is, let's go back to playlists and view full playlist. 11 days, 1 month, 1 month, 1 month, 1 month, 1 month. Where is the start of this? Sort. Date publish oldest. Okay. So let me give you a quick overview. There is a tiny bug flying around my office, and it is really frustrating me. Okay, so I'm not going to show the screen because there is actually a semi-verdict on this already. Not quite. So this is the Dale Warner case. So they say, prosecutors say Dale Warner murdered his wife, Dee Ann, in 2021. She was last seen April 24th or 25th at their home. She was reported missing by her children April 25th. And her husband is charged with open murder and tampering with evidence, was arrested in November 2023. The preliminary examination is to determine if the charges against Dale will be bound over for further proceedings. So probable cause. But what we're going to watch is some hearings. And I'm going to go present, share screen. We're going to go here. And like that. Wait, don't do it yet because I need to add some banners. Let's see. I also need to put, okay, let's figure out what's going on here and then I'll see if I'm going to change it, but it's Dale Warner. This is Dale and Dee's former son-in-law, Brian Bush.
About the truth, I hope you got. Yes. Sit down, speak in the microphone, spell your first and last name for the court, please.
Brian Bush, Brian Bush.
Sir, are you familiar with Dee Warner?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Dale Warner?
Yes.
Sorry, before I do that, because I need to carry on with stuff, I need to potentially have a mod. If anyone wants to do it. I don't know what you do. I don't know how you do it. It's basically just for me, for bots. Not too bothered about the other stuff. They can't take money because, like, YouTube can't take money because they're not giving me any yet. So just someone. Steve, you're up. Thank you. It feels natural for you to do it anyway because you generally hear all the time as well. Everybody congratulate Steve. Woo! Raimundo, I don't trust you. I mean, in a kind way. Steve is a mod and Josh are mods. Now, at some point, I need a female mod, but let's carry on with this. And I'm not going to be interrupting much.
Yes.
Okay. How do you know Dee and Dale Warner?
They were my father-in-law and mother-in-law.
And you said are they no longer your father and mother-in-law?
No. I got divorced, I believe, 2022, end of it.
And who were you married to?
Jenica.
I'm sorry, didn't
Jenica.
It is kind of loud. I don't know if there's air coming, so can I get you to speak
Yeah.
up really loud? Okay, thank you. How long did you know Dee?
I would say about 8 years is when Jenica and I were together.
And how long did you know Dale?
About 8 years.
All right. And what was your relationship with Dee like?
It was depend on the day. It was either good or it was bad, just depend on the day, kind of the mood that everybody was in or she was in.
Okay. What was your relationship with like Dale?
It was good. He was always the voice I could talk to, and he'd always have a good head on him about situations.
Did you consider yourself close to him?
Yes.
Once you divorced Jenica, was there any change in the relationship with Dale to the best of your knowledge?
No, we just kind of just split apart. I mean, I never really called when I moved away. I mean, I never really talked to him, off and on, but not really.
Did you ever do any work for the Warners?
Yes.
And where was that at?
It was at the main farm on Munger and also up at Dee Russell's.
And what type of work did you do on the farm?
Odds and ends, pretty much everything.
Were you familiar with the vehicles that Dee drove?
Yes.
And what did she drive?
She either had a Cadillac or a Hummer.
I'm sorry, I missed that second.
Hummer.
And do you know what time frame we're talking about? When did she have those vehicles?
She had the Hummer for the longest time, but the Cadillac, she always got a different one every other year.
Did Dale have conversations with you about his marriage with Dee?
Yes and no. I mean, you could always tell if there was tension in the air. But other than that, there was, if you could always know if there was a fight or an argument or whatnot. You could always tell on the expressions of the attitude on everybody.
In June of 2019, do you recall Dale making a request to you?
I don't know exact date, but yes.
Okay, and what was that request?
Objection relevance. Your Honor, the date in question is April 25th, 2021, when Dee was no longer seen by anyone. She's asking about things that happened 2 years prior.
It's relevant to show the pattern of stalking of Dale Warner that leads up to the night of April 24th, 25th of 2021. Continue.
Okay. It was we were having problems with the Hummer electronically.
I'm going to stop you. In June of 2029 or 2019, I apologize. So he approached you, you said about what?
We were having problems with the Hummer, electrical problem with the Hummer. So
Okay. Would that have been in 2020 or 2019?
I can't remember the dates.
Do you
Right.
remember Dale approaching you about a safe?
Yes,
Okay, do you know when that was?
not exact date, no.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
May I ask why she's approaching the witness?
To hand her the exhibit.
Okay,
To hand him the exhibit.
okay.
Sir, I've showed you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 3. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Okay, and what is that?
that's a safe.
Okay, and did you have a conversation? What's the date on that?
The order was placed on June 11th, 2019.
Who was that order placed by?
Me.
Why?
As far as, I don't,
Why'd you purchase that safe?
there was this, Dale asked me to purchase a safe. Do I explain it or what?
For what? Yes.
Okay. There was problems with some money that was being not in the right place when there was grain being hauled in.
What did Dale tell you about getting the safe?
There was possible documents in there as far as money.
Okay, did he say who the safe belonged to?
No, it was upstairs in the room.
Okay, and so there's a safe upstairs in the room, and then he has you purchase the safe. What's the purpose of purchasing that safe?
So you could find out what the documents were in the other safe.
Explain that to me. How does purchasing a new safe help him find out what's in the old safe?
So we could replace it
Okay, did he tell you what his intent with that safe was?
to replace the other one that he was gonna get into.
Okay, so he was going to get into it. Did he tell you how he was going to get into it?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, give him that safe?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation about the safe afterwards?
No.
He never told you he broke into it?
No.
Okay. That People's 3 that I gave you, that was from your Amazon account, is that accurate?
Correct.
And you provided that to law enforcement?
Yeah.
I'd move to admit People's proposed 3.
Understanding the court's ruling, we just renew our relevance objection for the record.
People's proposed exhibit 3 is intended for sitting.
In January 2020, did you have another conversation with Dale?
I don't know exact date, like I said before, but sure.
About the Hummer?
Yes.
All right, and what was the conversation about the Hummer?
I would just, for the record, object against relevance because it is a year prior.
Go ahead and answer.
There was conversation about like I said before, the electronics of the Hummer. We're having a problem with the electronics of it.
Okay, and at what point did you decide that the conversation was about you having problems with the electronics?
It was an intermittent problem, so we were trying to figure out why it was doing it.
Okay, did Dale tell you he wanted that for any other reason?
That was like the end of the conversation, but yes,
That was the end of the conversation, but yes, can you explain that to me?
towards the end,
Okay.
we were having a problem with, like I said, and then ordered it, got it in there, and he would, as far as like tracking where it went,
Ordered what?
the GPS.
Okay, and why did you
Diagnostic
order
tool.
the GPS?
Well, it's like a diagnostic GPS tool
Okay, why did you order the GPS?
to figure out why the electrical problem was going on.
Okay. Did Dale ever tell you to buy that GPS tracker so he could track the Hummer?
In not so much ways, but yes.
didn't he specifically tell you that he wanted that device specifically to track the Hummer?
I mean, yes and no.
Okay, explain that to me.
Well, we bought it for that so we could figure out what's going on, but we also tried to plug it into his truck to see if it worked too.
Did you in fact track that Hummer?
I did, yes.
Okay, do you know when you plugged that device in?
I don't know exact date, no.
All right, do you know when you purchased that device?
I don't know exact date.
Do you know how long after you purchased the device that you plugged it into the Hummer?
Can you ask that again?
Yes, how long after you purchased the device did you plug it into the Hummer?
How long it was in there or?
Okay, so you purchased the device, correct?
Yep,
Okay, where'd you get it from?
Amazon.
Okay, what, do you remember how long after you ordered it that you received it?
Probably it's usually Amazon Prime, so a couple days.
Okay, once you received it, how long before you put it in the Hummer?
I didn't put it in the Hummer.
What did you do with the device?
I took it to the shop and gave it to the Dale.
Okay, did you do anything to set that device up?
Yes, I did. I logged in and created an account for it
Okay, you logged in where?
on like the mobile app that you download.
On your phone?
Correct.
Okay, and what username did you use?
Probably mine.
Which is?
My normal like Bush 5411.
Okay,
I can't honestly remember, but it's the normal one I would use.
okay. Now approach the witness.
With
Exhibits. I've handed you what's been marked as people's proposed 4 and 5. Can you tell me what number 4 is?
That is where my Amazon account where I ordered it.
Ordered the GPS tracker?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the name of that device you ordered?
Just location, engine, like the whole name of it.
Yes.
GPS tracker for vehicles, no monthly fee, OBD, real time, 3G, truck GPS, 1 year, data plan included, location tracking, driving alert, and engine D return and product support eligibility.
Okay. What's the date that you purchased that item?
January 9th, 2020.
Okay. And that's directly from your Amazon account, the photo you're looking at?
Number 4, yeah.
I'd move to admit people's number 4.
no objection. Was exhibit 4 submitted? For example, this is-
Excuse me. Yeah.
I'm gonna have you look at people's proposed 5. Do you
Okay.
recognize that?
The device, yeah,
That's the actual device itself?
correct.
Okay, when you got that device, did you have to do anything special to set it up?
Just enter the IMEI number.
Okay, into that app you discussed?
Correct.
Okay. And that's a fair and accurate representation of that device?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd move to admit people's proposed 5.
No objection. People's proposed exhibit 5 is submitted for example.
Do you recall what date you started using the GPS tracking device?
No.
Okay, do you recall when you stopped using the device?
I don't know exact date, no.
Okay. Do you think something could refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Mary? I'd like to approach the witness.
What are you approaching the witness with?
The document of all the times he accessed the app just to,
Okay.
so he can look at the dates and ahead and look at the document. Don't say anything about it. Just look at it, please.
Okay. Okay.
Did you look at those dates, sir?
I briefly went through them, but I looked at the top date when it was,
Okay. Do you think it would be accurate that you started using that device in January 11th, 2020?
yeah, 8/11, yeah.
That you started using it January 11th, 2020?
January 11th. I just looked at the top date, to be honest with you.
Okay. So do you think you quit using it August 11th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And you purchased it on what date?
Whatever was on my Amazon account, sorry.
Okay. Do you believe you started using it almost immediately after you received it?
More than likely, yes.
Okay. So does January 11th, 2020 sound accurate?
Yeah.
All right. And how often would you access that app to see the location of the Hummer?
I would say probably once or twice a week, if not a little bit more.
Okay. And when would you do that?
Throughout the day on my phone, I guess.
Why?
Dale would call me and ask, if a diagnostic came on or where the Hummer was at.
You would ask where the Hummer was at?
Yep.
And if the diagnostic tool came on?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall giving a statement to Detective Dreyer last year?
I remember talking to him, yes.
Do you remember telling him that Dale asked you to purchase that device solely to track the Hummer, to track Dee?
To solely? No,
Correct.
because it was used for both problems.
Okay. Do you remember being specifically asked if you ever used it to diagnose the vehicle?
Yes.
And you said no. Do you recall that?
No.
Have you spoken to anybody about testifying here today?
Yeah,
Okay. Who'd you speak with?
my boss and my fiance.
Did you speak to any of Dale's family about testifying here today?
About testifying here?
Correct.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Who did you speak with?
I told Jenica I was subpoenaed.
Okay. Did you and Jenica talk about the GPS tracking device?
No.
When you created that account on that application, was it just on your phone or did you give that password to anybody else?
It was on my phone, and then I did give it to Dale.
Okay.
To see.
At what point did you give it to Dale?
I don't know the exact date.
Did Dale ever tell you to keep that purchase between the two of you?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, just, I don't know.
Objection, speculation.
I'll rephrase it. Why, if you know?
What's that?
Why would he say to keep it between you both if you know the answer?
So we could, well, like I said before, we could do electronic and also to see where the Hummer was at.
Okay, so he wanted you to keep it a secret that you guys were trying to diagnose the Hummer.
No, to see where the Hummer was at.
Okay. Did you and Dale have a conversation? Did Dale talk to you about ending the use of the GPS?
Yeah, when it was when a mechanic or somebody found it in the GPS or on the Hummer.
Okay, and did Dale tell you how he knew that somebody found it in the Hummer?
A mechanic or somebody found it.
That's all he said?
Yes.
Okay. You don't recall telling Detective Dreyer that Dee found it and flipped out on him?
Obviously she was gonna flip out if she found it.
Do you recall telling Detective Dreyer that
Yes.
Dale? Okay, is that in fact what Dale told you?
Yes.
Okay. Did Dale tell you the purpose of tracking the Hummer?
To see where it was going and where it was sitting.
Did he tell you why?
No.
talk about cameras. Did Dale ask you to put any cameras up
Oh, where at, I guess,
around the house?
around the house.
Correct.
He asked for a camera for
Okay.
the house.
For the inside of the house?
Correct.
All right. When did he ask you for a camera for the inside of the house?
I don't know exact date.
Okay. Was it around the time that you had the discussion about the safe?
Honestly, I don't know
Okay. Can you give me an approximate? 2019, 2020, 2021?
Around those times. I can barely remember what dates I did last week.
Okay.
Around those dates.
Where were you at when Dale talked to you about purchasing a camera?
Purchasing a camera?
Correct. Or did he just ask you to get him one? How did that conversation go?
He asked for a camera for the house. I had extra one up at the point that we're using for trail cameras, and I gave him one.
Okay. Did you hand it to him or did you do something else with it?
Handed it to him.
Okay. And did he tell you where he was putting that camera?
Yes.
Where was he putting it?
On the back bar of the kitchen, by the sink.
Okay. And what would that be facing? If I'm walking to the house, where's the back bar of the kitchen?
Depends on the entrance of that you come into the house. It would be facing the north slider
Okay. And did he tell you what the purpose of that was?
to see who was coming in and out.
Did he tell you who he thought was coming in and out?
No.
Did he tell you what he was concerned about?
People coming in the house when they're not supposed to.
Is he talking about strangers? Do you know?
Yeah. I mean,
Did he tell you that?
I mean, you're,
I'm not asking you to guess. I'm asking you if he told you that it was for strangers.
yeah, for strangers.
Okay, all right. Again, do you remember having a conversation with Detective Dreer?
Last year, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that Dale wanted it specifically to watch for Zach or Dee coming in the house with papers?
Yes.
Okay. Was that true when you told him that?
Yes.
All right. So is that still true?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say anything about strangers to Detective Dreer, did you?
Well, I mean, no, not about strangers, no.
Okay. I want to talk about April 25th, 2021. That's Sunday morning.
Okay.
Okay. Where were you at that morning?
I was up at the point,
Okay.
getting ready to go turkey hunting.
What is the point?
It's a property that they own in Onstead. It's like a little cottage or like a little meeting place for all the family to go.
And who were you there with?
My old boss,
Okay. Can you give me a name?
Matt Particka.
Matt what?
Particka.
Do you know how to spell that last name?
Particka.
Okay. Was it just you two?
Yes.
And you guys were going to go hunting, you said?
Yeah,
were
turkey
you-
hunting.
Turkey hunting. Okay. At some point in time, do you get a phone call from Dale?
No,
You don't get a phone call from Dale that morning.
no, I called him.
You called him. Okay. And do you remember what time it was?
It was in the morning-ish.
Okay. Can you give me an approximate time?
I would say probably 9 o'clock.
About 9 a.m. Okay. You called him and can you give me your phone number?
Mine.
Mhm.
517.
That you were using at that time in 2021, the same phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you think it was about 9-ish. All right. And what did you call Dale for?
This is probably a good point because I'm just about to switch to the last thing I've got to do for the day, but this is probably a good point for me to just interject quickly. So I'm going to give the summary again. I saw someone say, oh, that girl Angie saying that's quite a summary. So for a bit of background, I am a true crime writer slash journalist. That's like my normal day job. So I suppose it's pretty quick for me to put something like that together in comparison, I guess, than people who don't do it literally every day. But basically, the summary is that Dee went missing in April of 2021. Her and Dale, her husband, had a really bad relationship. He said that he left and she was gone. No one could find her. They still haven't found her, as far as I can tell. And Dale was super controlling. So people were obviously saying that he is the prime suspect. Then he was arrested in November 2023. This is the preliminary hearing, which was about a month ago. So we're quite far behind. And the other thing to know there is this is their former son-in-law. I should probably add that to the message that I pinned, but I'm not entirely sure why he's so in question. And I'm guessing that the person questioning is Dale's attorney, because she does seem to be really like hectic on him for a prosecutor. Like, it feels like he's the one that is being looked into. Yeah. I will share the channel at the end of my day. I just want to get a few things done while it's still on my mind. Tom, he's not being charged. Dee's body was never found, as far as I can see, but I am also trying to slightly avoid like reading what happens in this. So it's just an overview, but the Justice for Dee Facebook page is private, so I couldn't get that much from there. I will join it if, however this goes forward, if there's more to it, then I'll join the page and let them know that I'm watching it and see if they want to have any conversations or anything. Just a heads up though, out of courtesy to the family, I will always offer off the record before on the record. So don't get your hopes up that like they're going to be doing a video call or anything like that.
I called Dale because Raquel came into the point and said, "Hey, is my mom up?"
Objection here, sir.
Okay. You called Dale because of a conversation you had with somebody else?
Correct.
Okay. What did you talk to Dale about?
Objection here, sir.
What did you talk to Dale about? Thank you.
I talked to him. I called him and said, "Hey,
Well, now this is hearsay, just if he's saying specifically what he said.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your objection.
Sorry, objection hearsay, instead of he's answering what he specifically said versus what the conversation was about, which I think is furthered into hearsay.
I'm as confused as you, Your Honor. He's having a conversation with, yes,
Objection overruled.
thank you. So you called Dale. Tell me about the conversation.
yeah." So the conversation was about Raquel just came up here to the point. Was looking.
Don't tell me what Raquel said, but go ahead and what you and Dale talked about.
We talked about that Raquel showed up to the point.
Okay.
And was about I guess about Dee.
Okay. What about Dee?
That if I seen her up at the point.
Okay, so you're talking to Dale and you're telling Dale what?
That Raquel came up to the point. She asked if I seen Dee.
Okay,
I said, "No, she's not up here."
okay,
And then she went in the rooms, looked, no, Dee was not up there. I called Dale, I said, "Hey, Raquel was just up here looking for Dee." He said, okay. And he did say that there was an argument, and I could hear him in the background, and he was in the sprayer.
Okay.
I didn't hear that last one.
He was in the sprayer.
Sprayer?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me specifically what he said about the fight that he got into with Dee.
It was just that's all he said. It was an argument about, they just had an argument. There was no, like, he didn't go into detail. There was nothing like that.
Again, recall talking to Detective Dreyer last
Yep.
year. All right. Do you remember telling Detective Dreyer that they had a big argument that night about money?
More than likely.
No. Do you recall telling
Oh,
Detective
yeah.
Dreyer that?
About money, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Dreyer that Dale said he went into depth about money? He brought up all the bank accounts and money. Do you recall telling Detective Dreyer that?
That was not in that conversation. The money became afterwards.
Do you remember telling Detective Dreyer that Dale told you he confronted Dee about affairs and money?
Never about affairs.
Do you recall telling Detective Dreyer
No.
that? And if you did tell him that, would you have been mistaken, or?
Yeah, because there was never, the affair was like way after that is when I learned about all that stuff, and that was hearsay.
I don't care about what you learned later. I'm asking about that specific day, Dale telling you that he confronted her about affairs and money.
Do it. I guess I don't.
Do you recall having a conversation with Dale about anything after the initial morning conversation with him while you were at the point? Did you talk to him at all that day again?
Honestly, can't remember, and if I did, it was probably brief.
Do you recall talking to Dale about the camera system at the farm?
Camera system at the farm. Can you be more specific?
Does the farm have a camera system? To the best of your knowledge, in 2021, did the farm have a camera system? Surveillance, video surveillance around the farm?
Yes.
Okay. Did Dale have any conversation with you about that system?
I honestly can't remember. I mean, I know that there's cameras in the office and stuff, but nothing around the farm.
Do you remember telling Detective Dreyer that Dale told you that that night, him and Dee argued about why Parker would have access to those things?
That they argued about that.
Correct.
I know that Parker had access to that stuff.
That wasn't the question. Did Dale tell you that he argued with Dee that night because Parker had access to the cameras?
That night,
Correct.
I can't remember if he did or not.
Okay. Sir, when did you say that you spoke with, you said your ex-wife is Jenica?
Yeah.
Okay, when did you say you spoke with her?
As soon as I got off the phone with Dale.
I'm not talking about in 2021. I apologize. That was my mistake for not clarifying. So right before coming to testify here at this hearing, you spoke with your ex-wife, Jenica, correct?
Mhm.
And that's Dale's daughter. You got to say yes or no loud enough
Yes.
so it picks you up. Okay. And when did you speak with her?
That I got subpoenaed to come here?
I'm asking you. Did you call her? Did she call you?
No, I called her.
Okay. And did you guys have a phone conversation, a conversation in person?
Nope, it was a phone conversation. I just said I got subpoenaed because I was asking the other half of it was about the kids.
Okay. And when did you get subpoenaed? About a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, I would say.
So I already asked if you and her spoke about the GPS. Did you and her speak about anything else about this case?
No.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Good morning, Mr. Bush. My name is Marissa Vinsky, and I'm going to ask you a few questions today. I represent Mr. Warner. How big was the trail cam that you gave Mr. Warner?
About, I don't know. I would say about 4 inches wide, 6 inches tall, 7 inches tall.
And how was it supported? Is it a device that you screw in? Is it on a placeholder? Can you describe that? please?
You can set it, or you can strap. It comes with a strap that you can strap to a tree.
And what color is it?
Either brown or camouflage.
Who first approached you about this case? The very first time?
Detective Drury.
Detective Dreyer?
Yeah.
Do you know when that was?
When they came to my house last year.
Last year, meaning 2023?
Yeah.
And you were cooperative with him?
Yes.
How many times did you meet with law enforcement for this case?
Twice.
Was the first time in those 2 times when they came to your house?
The first time was at my house, and then the second time was here upstairs.
And when was that?
I would say within the last month or two.
Do you remember specifically who that was that you met with?
Yeah, it was Detective Sergeant, and I don't remember his name. And then
You're pointing, so I just want to, for the record, you're pointing to the prosecution table?
yes,
Okay. Did you meet with the prosecutor about this case?
yes,
How many times?
once.
Was it with the same meeting where the detectives were there as well?
Yeah, just the one detective was there.
And how long was that meeting?
I would say probably 20 minutes. We got interrupted.
20 minutes total?
I don't know
Guesstimate.
exactly. Yeah, 20 minutes, half hour.
Are you on the Justice for D page?
No,
Have you ever had a Justice for D sign in your yard or any other property?
no,
Have you had a ribbon, the
No.
Justice for D ribbons?
No.
Have you made a contribution to any group affiliated with Dee Warner?
Objection, relevance.
It goes to credibility, Your Honor. People versus Anderson, credibility is something that this court must consider at a preliminary exam.
no,
Have you ever shared stories or comments on social media about Miss Warner leaving and what you think happened?
no,
And have you ever given any comments to the media about this case or Miss Warner?
no.
On direct, you testified a little bit about your relationship with the Miss Warner. Can you describe her personality?
Yeah, I mean, it was, like I said before, it was depends on the day. You just don't know. She could be in a really good mood. It'd be great. Everybody's happy. 1 minute it could be she's upset or mad. Just never know.
You said it never know. You never know. Did it switch? In the day, in the morning, she could be happy. In the afternoon, she couldn't be not happy. Did it switch quickly? Can you describe that?
Yes, it switched pretty quickly.
You also testified that you talked to Mr. Warner on April 25th, 2021. You said that you talked to him in the morning
Correct.
and you think it was around 9 a.m.
Around, yeah.
How do you remember that it was the morning?
It was turkey hunting, so usually you get out there about 10 o'clock. And the dew was still on.
The what was still on?
Dew on the ground.
Okay. How did you know that Mr. Warner was in the sprayer when you spoke to him on the phone?
I could hear the screen beeping in the background,
Is there a screen in the
like a
sprayer?
monitor. Yeah.
And is this a typical time for Mr. Warner to be spraying, to your knowledge, from
Ye-
working on the farm?
Yes.
Why is that?
Good morning when you don't have no wind or nothing like that. It's calm.
How long, if you can remember, was that conversation with Mr. Warner?
I would say probably 5 minutes, not even.
And you talked a little bit about the diagnostic device that you purchased for the Hummer. What were the electrical issues with the Hummer?
There was a miss, there was electrical problem that we couldn't figure out. It only happened once in a while.
Did it happen randomly, or could you pinpoint, okay,
We couldn't.
when we drive this certain amount of speed, there's an issue?
We couldn't pinpoint it.
And you said you tried that to use the diagnostic device on Mr. Warner's truck, is that correct?
Yeah, we were having a problem with it, and then we tried it on his truck.
Did it work?
It worked for like a little bit, and then it stopped.
You were having a problem with the diagnostic device?
Yeah.
What did it look like? I know a picture was admitted, but can you describe what it looked like?
Yeah, it was just a small little device, and I had a cord that it plugged into.
The cord that it plugged into, where did it plug into the vehicle?
The OB2 underneath the dash.
Okay, I'm not a car person, so when you say
It's-
OB2, what does that mean?
It's like a little block that is underneath by the floorboard on the driver's side.
When it was plugged in the Hummer, were there any lights on it? What did it look like when it was plugged in?
I didn't plug it in, so I can't really tell you. There's probably like a little light on there saying there's power on the device.
Okay, I don't want you to assume, when you did you personally test it on Mr. Warner's truck?
No,
Okay, so you've never seen it plugged in or what it looked like when it was plugged into a vehicle?
no.
And I was a little confused about the timing of how long this diagnostic device was used. Was it used for a few months? I guess I was confused about the dates of what you said.
Like I said, I don't remember exact dates, but I logged in. I mean, it's on the phone, so it could say I was logged in or not if I kept the app open too. I'm not sure on the dates, but she showed me that paper.
And you said that there was an app, and did you give Mr. Warner the password to the app, or did you put the actual app on his phone?
I gave him the password and the username.
So you don't know what he ever did with his phone with
Correct.
that information.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
I just want to clear up, I don't recall if you testified this previously on direct. Did you indicate how many times you accessed the GPS data location to see where the Hummer was at?
What's that?
How many times did you access the app to find out where the Hummer was at?
I mean, how many times did I go into it?
Yes, how many times do you believe you went into it?
I would say probably, go log in, log out, probably about 40 times, probably.
40 times over the span from January to August of 2020?
I didn't really count them. I don't.
If there were 176 times, do you think that would be accurate?
Sure.
Okay, and were all of those times that you accessed that data at the request of Dale, or did you ever just do it on your own?
Both.
So you wanted to know where Dee was at.
No.
Well, then why would you access the data to see the location?
The diagnostic side of things too, to make sure it was working.
Okay, so if the only thing that comes up is the location, is that at the request of Dale?
I don't do what now?
So you're accessing this device sometimes for yourself and sometimes for Dale, correct?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And the times that you access it, you're testifying that it's to access the diagnostic portion of it. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. So anytime you access the location, would that be at the request of Dale then?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how often Dee was driving that Hummer in 2020?
I don't know.
Okay. She had the Cadillac at the time as well?
Yeah, they had 2 cars.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Any response?
Just one brief question. You said you would sometimes check the app on your own. Was the only way to know if the diagnostic device was working by checking the app?
Yes.
And was there ever times you would check it and it was showing that it wasn't working or it wasn't on?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, helps if I unmute. The orange guy is the one. I have now updated the thumbnail. And it's really, I'm kind of confused where this guy fits in. A lot of people in the comments on that said that he must be like either involved or there's something weird about him. Steve, good job on keeping the people in check, though I don't think anyone's had to be in check. Basically, to explain what happens with the whole copyright situation. So, for example, I've won 2 copyright things now. Because it is commentary, it does fall under this disclaimer that I got scrolling at the bottom. And that's also why I have it scrolling at the bottom, because that covers me at least, since I am talking about it while it's happening. I'm not just like taking it and playing it as its own thing. But what happens is, and some people in chat have been here before when it's happened, they just cut your stream. It's just completely gone. So, and then like they won't bring it back until you stop showing the thing that's copyright. But I'm hoping that at least because I've got this situation going on, it'll be okay. And what was the other thing I wanted to say? Do you want to watch the next one? It is 37 minutes. 37 minutes 15. Because I can literally just go in order. I think he did the dirty work, but didn't know what he was going to do. Allegedly. I'm very scared of looking these questions up because I kind of want to be on the same page as everybody else, and I already know what the judge ruled, I think. So I don't want to ruin it, but I'm guessing that he is potentially a suspect, though he has not been, or not a suspect, a person of interest, since he hasn't been charged. But that questioning, that seemed sus. Yes, I'm still mowing. Huge yard. The owners of our place had AstroTurf in the garden. So we are super lucky we don't have to mow, but it still gets weeds and stuff. Oh, you're also from South Africa. That is awesome. Stick around because I'm working on rewatching Fun Bradar. I'm just trying to find the first 8 days, I think. I haven't been able to find those. Otherwise, I'm going to just do a summary of the first 8 days and then take it from there. Okay, let's do the next one then. Pause. Just want to grab his name quick and do this. And then do this. Wrong one. This.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated, speak into the microphone loudly, and spell your first and last name, please.
First name Kyle, K-Y-L-E. Last name Wagner, W-A-G-N-E-R.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have your last name as Modsler.
Modzel, yes. I got married last September and my
Okay.
last name changed.
Okay.
Ah, love that.
Did you know Dee Warner?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time you met her? What year?
I don't remember the exact time, but I mean, I knew her for a long time.
Okay.
More than 5 years.
And did there come a time where she hired you to work for her professionally?
Yes.
And about what year was that?
Maybe I don't recall. I don't recall the exact time frame.
Okay. Can you around 2020, a little before, a little after?
It definitely was way before 2020.
Okay. And how did that come to be? How did you come to provide services for Dee?
So I actually went to school with Parker.
And who was Parker?
On Dee's nephew.
Okay.
And so I knew him from there, and I started my own network consulting company. And so I started doing work for their family farm and for Hardy Farms. And then after that, then I got introduced to Dee and started doing work for them.
All right, so you're doing work for Parker's family
Correct.
in their farm.
Yes.
And then he said, Kyle, why don't you go talk to Dee?
Yes.
Okay. And what kinds of things did you do for Dee?
I ran their network. I installed a server for them, configured switches, firewalls, access points, basically anything IT. My business was kind of like that one-stop IT shop. So anything that they needed IT related, I would help them with that.
Okay. Do you know how many businesses they were running out of the Munger farm?
I know at least of 2 or 3.
Okay. And what were those?
There was DDW Transportation, DDW Investments, and Warag Farms.
Okay. And were you familiar with Warag Services, the farm services?
No.
Okay. Did your services cover all of those businesses or just 1 or 2?
It took, I mean, basically, I mean, it was, to me, it was all one entity. I mean, it wasn't, this is for DDW or this is for, the transportation. It was all one network that took care of everything.
Right. So all their businesses on the one network that
Correct.
you set up. Okay.
Correct.
And did you do anything with surveillance cameras?
Yes, I did install surveillance cameras.
Okay. And was that also company-wide?
That was company-wide.
Okay. And where did you put those cameras, if you recall?
There were some cameras in the new shop. There were some cameras in the old shop. There was a camera that was looking out where the scale was. There was a camera looking out towards where the fuel tanks were. It kind of got the parking lot on the side of the new shop. And I'm sure that there were some other ones.
Was there one in the office?
There was one in the office, yes, in the main entry.
Okay. So there were a few that captured indoor scenes and a few that captured outdoor scenes.
Correct.
Okay. Were there any inside the house?
No.
Okay. And was the entire Munger property on camera, or were there only selected portions that were actually viewed by the camera system as a whole?
Yeah, there was some spots that were not covered.
Okay. Now, taking you to the one more question about that. Who was your primary contact when you were providing these network and surveillance services?
It was normally Dee.
Okay. All right. Did there come a time when you interacted with Dale regarding Dee's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And can you give us an approximate time on that?
I feel like it was a couple. I would say it was a couple of years before
Before she went missing?
before she went missing.
Okay.
It was somewhere in that time frame. I remember the incident, but I don't remember, exactly the time frame. I feel like it wasn't, that long before.
Okay. But it was within the time period when you were the IT person?
Correct.
For
Yes.
the farm. All right. So the conversation you had with Dale regarding Dee's iPhone, was that in person or what?
It was over the phone.
Okay. And essentially, what was he telling you or asking you to do?
He wanted me to clone her phone.
Okay. And what does that mean, clone her phone?
He essentially wanted everything that was on the current phone at the time, to be placed on another phone. So in her case, she had an iPhone. So it would have been more than, it would have been like restoring a backup from iCloud. So contacts, text messages, photos, notes, everything that was on her phone would be on that other phone. Doesn't necessarily mean that he would have been able to make phone calls from that phone, be able to use it active, but at least it would have a copy of the data that was on the other phone.
Okay. And would he be able to monitor any future interaction on the phone?
Could possibly get some iMessages coming through, because that's usually tied to an iCloud account, and it would get delivered to multiple devices that are registered with that ID.
Okay. And did he say anything about whether Dee had any knowledge of this request?
He did not, and it basically, the reasoning is that she was having some health issues, and possibly was going in having a procedure done, and if he needed contacts or something, that he would have access to it.
Okay. And so did you go ahead and clone the phone?
I did not,
Why not?
because I didn't feel that it was right.
Okay. Did you tell him that?
I did.
Okay. And did you tell him why you didn't think it was right?
Because I didn't get Dee's permission.
Okay. And did he say anything about that he had Dee's permission?
No, he didn't. He dropped it.
Okay. Did you have any information about Dale using any of his devices to record Dee?
There were comments made, yes.
Okay. Did he ever contact you about trying to get into an iPad?
Not that I recall.
That he was unable to get into it and he wanted your help?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about his fingerprints being burned off?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that now?
I do, yes.
Okay. What was the context of him saying that?
He was trying to get into his iPad.
Okay.
It was I believe it was his iPad.
Well, that's the question. How did you know it was his?
I guess I assumed it was his
Okay.
iPad.
Because he told you this is my iPad?
Yes.
Okay. But he couldn't get into it. Is that right?
He was able to get into it. He just couldn't use Touch ID.
Okay.
Because he made the comment that his fingerprints were burnt off from fertilizer.
Okay. But if he could get into it, Why did he need your help to get into it?
He
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
he didn't ask me to get into that
Okay.
iPad.
If Dee had gotten a new phone or new iPad, would you be involved in the setup of that?
Yes.
Okay, and why would that be?
Because Dee always asked me to assist her with those types of things, and she wasn't the most tech savvy person, and so she relied on me to assist her with that.
Okay, and to your knowledge, did she ever have a second phone?
No.
She never asked you to set up another phone for her?
No.
Okay. So I want to take you to Monday morning, April 25th, 2021. I'm sorry, April 26th, 2021. Did Dale contact you?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember what time of day on that Monday?
It would have been, I feel like it would have been like around 8 or 8:30 in the morning. I feel like it was just at the beginning of my day.
Okay, and why was he contacting you first thing Monday morning?
He called me and said he didn't know if I heard, but that Dee went missing, and he wanted me to meet with him.
Okay, and what did you have plans already that day?
I had plans that day, yes.
Okay, and was your plan to be in the area of the Munger property?
Yes.
Where were you going to be?
I was going to be at Hardy Farms.
Okay, and approximately how far is that from the Munger property?
Maybe a mile or two.
Okay, all right. So did you agree to meet with Dale?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you make arrangements for where you were going to meet?
Yes.
Okay. Did you meet at the office?
No.
Okay, and I mean at the office at the Munger property?
For Warwick Farms?
Correct.
No.
Okay, and why didn't you meet there?
Because he didn't want to.
Okay, were you willing to come down and meet him at his own office?
I was willing to meet him at his own office.
Okay, and he didn't want to?
No.
Okay, did he say why?
I think he did give a reason, but I don't recall.
Okay. So where did you meet?
I met outside of Hardy Farms.
Okay. And what time did you meet, if you remember?
It probably was maybe around 11 or noon.
Okay. And at that point, did he show you anything related to Dee's phone?
I remember him showing me something on the iPad that he had.
Okay.
But I don't recall exactly what it was.
Okay. Did he say anything to you about why he was asking you to do services that day?
No.
Okay, so Dee went missing. Did he say what he wanted you to do specifically?
Oh, yes. He wanted access to the camera system.
Okay. And anything about the server?
He wanted passwords changed.
Okay. And at what point did he tell you he wanted access to the cameras and the server password changed?
Like when he wanted it done.
When did he tell you? Was it on the phone or was it when you met?
It was
at
in
the Hardee's?
person. It was in person.
Okay. And so were you able to do that remotely or did you have to be on the Munger property to do that?
I did come on site.
Okay. And when did you come on site?
I did come on site. I believe it was later that day in the evening.
Okay. So did you have to make a special trip then to come
I
back?
did.
Okay. Why didn't you just go the mile down the road when you're meeting with him in person at 11 or noon?
Because he didn't want me to be at the office at that time.
And did he tell you why he didn't?
No. I mean, I think.
Objection, speculation.
Yep.
Sustained.
Yeah, only the things that you know for sure. So when you went back that evening, was anybody else around besides the defendant?
No.
Okay. And was it after business hours?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you meet him?
At the office.
Okay. And at that point, did you have a conversation about what he wanted?
Yes, he told me what he wanted me to do, and I went ahead and changed the passwords as requested, and gave him a copy of the passwords.
Okay. Did he tell you why he wanted you to do those things?
No.
Did he ever mention anything about missing money?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the context that he made that comment?
It was regarding Dee, that she took extra money, and then it had something to do with the lake house that they had that she had or they had.
And was that at all relevant to his request to have you change the server password and give him access to the cameras?
No.
How did you go about giving him access to the cameras? What did you have to do?
I just had to log it in. I had to change the IP address of the camera server, and I had to put the credentials in so that way you could, on the app that was on his phone, to be able to log into the camera server.
Okay. By doing that, are you making it so he's the only one that can access the cameras, or no?
Yes, that was part of the request. He wanted access to the cameras, and he didn't want anyone else to have access to the cameras.
Okay. And you were able to accomplish that for him?
Yes.
Did you ever get phone calls or contacts from other people later in the week? You don't have to tell us what they said, but to ask you to restore their access?
No.
You never got any contact from anybody asking you to restore their access?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you restore the access?
No.
You did not. And why didn't you restore their access?
Because since Dee was missing, and Dale is an owner of the business, it was his request that no one else had access.
Okay, so that was at Dale's request.
That was at Dale's request.
Okay. What about the server? Did you provide the password to the server to anybody else other than Dale?
No.
Okay, so that would have locked any other person out of the server as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is the server for all the computers on the site?
Yes.
Are you on Facebook?
Yes.
Were you on Facebook in April of 2021?
Yes.
Were you friends with Dee on Facebook?
Yes.
Can you tell us if you noticed whether she was a frequent poster, sometimes, never?
She was very active on Facebook.
Okay. And after April, excuse me, after April 25th of 2021, did you ever see another post from her?
I don't remember the exact date of it, but there was an odd post, and it basically was a file path to an image, but it didn't show what the image was. It literally was just text, a string of text, and after that, no, there was no more activity.
Okay. The last 3 years, nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. When you spoke with Dale on that Monday, did he ever express any concern to you about Dee?
He did make one comment out of our entire conversation, that he just wanted his wife back.
Okay. Did he express concern about control over the company?
Yes.
Did he express concern over control over the computers?
Yes.
Control over the money?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still work for that company?
No.
Okay. And was it your decision or their decision for that to terminate?
It was my decision.
Okay. Why did you do that?
Because I didn't feel comfortable working for them anymore.
Did Dale say anything to you about his ability to access the camera system before you changed the IP address?
I don't recall.
In other words, what I'm asking you is, could he have accessed the computer system before you helped him out?
The cameras?
Correct. I'm sorry, the cameras, yes.
No, not at that particular point in time.
Okay, so Monday you restored his access.
Correct.
Sunday he could not have gotten to the camera system.
Correct.
And I'm specifically talking about on his phone.
Correct.
All right. Okay, nothing further.
Good morning. My name is Marissa Vinsky. I represent Mr. Warner, and I just have some questions for you. You testified that you worked for the companies and your main point of contact was Miss Warner. Did she hire you, or was Mr. Warner involved with that?
She hired me.
Did you have any communications really with Mr. Warner during your tenure of working with?
Very, very little.
And why was that?
He was normally out in the fields and running, running the farming operations, and Dee was my main point of contact.
Was Mr. Warner tech savvy? I know you said Miss Warner wasn't. Was Mr. Warner tech savvy?
No.
Would you describe yourself as a friend of Miss Warner?
I would say family friend, yes.
Would you communicate with her about other things besides work?
Some things, yeah.
Was Miss Warner the main person in control of the cameras that were on the farm?
She asked me, she would tell me where areas of concern was, like for instance, the scale, that was one area that they wanted, viewed, and then the, like the fuel tanks, they had some incidences over there. And so, she would tell me where she would like cameras.
Did Mr. Warner ever ask you to put up cameras in specific locations?
No.
How often would you speak with her?
I mean, I guess it depended on when they needed something, needed an IT request. So, I mean, maybe once a week, maybe.
How often did you see her in person?
I don't know. It kind of varies depending on what the issue was. A lot of stuff that I was able to do remote. Sometimes I did have to come on site.
You had mentioned that there was a camera put up by the scale. Is that correct? When was that put up?
It was, I feel like it was a couple months prior to her dismissing.
A couple of months. Would it be fair to say that it was a week before Ms. Warner left?
The camera was put up way before that.
So what happened the week before with the scale camera?
I think there was an issue with the cable, and I went out there to fix it.
I didn't hear that last word.
There was an issue with the scale camera, and I went out on site to fix it. It was an issue with the actual cabling.
And who chose that location to put it by the scale?
D. But I do believe though that there was already an existing camera there, and we were having issues with that camera, and so that was what why it made a need to put the new camera up. There was an existing one there, and it needed to be replaced.
Did Ms. Warner request to put that camera up prior to the one that you replaced it with?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah, sorry, that was poorly worded. You said you had to put a new camera up because there was cable issues. The camera that was in place before.
No, there was already an existing camera there. The camera mechanically failed, and then that's why the new camera got put up.
Okay, the camera that mechanically failed, who requested to put that camera up?
That would have been D.
Do you remember what was in view when you put the camera up by the scale?
It had a view of the scale. It was a wide angle camera, so I mean it could see a little bit of the road.
Do you know what road that was?
The main Munger Road.
Could you see the intersection at all?
Not that I recall.
You said that Miss Warner was the primary person, really the sole person who told you where to put the cameras. Did she also indicate to you where the camera should be pointed?
Yes.
Who had access to the camera system?
Dee, Zach, Parker, and Dale.
And how could a person view the cameras? I know you said you testified that it was on the phone. Was that the only way that a person could view what was on the cameras?
There was an application that was installed on the computer at the reception desk, so you could view it there. So you could either do it there or on the phone.
I believe on direct you said that Mr. Warner didn't have access to the cameras on Sunday. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you just said he did have access to the cameras. So what was the difference?
So what the difference was is they had a different internet service. They had a different internet service, and I think it was a month or so before Dee went missing. They made a switch to MEC and was getting internet from them. So to be able to view the cameras remotely, you have to have a static IP address, and because the internet service provider changed, there was a new IP address issue that's completely different, and so that needed to be updated on his particular phone.
So for the month prior to her being gone, Mr. Warner did not have access
Correct.
to the cameras. You're saying Zach and Parker, is that Zach Bott, correct?
Yes.
Miss Warner's son?
Yes.
And Parker Hardy, Miss Warner's nephew?
Correct.
Did they have access to the cameras in that month span when Mr. Warner didn't?
I know that Zach did.
And how did he get access to that in that month change?
Because he, when I made the change, he was in the office, Dee was in the office, and so I made the update right then and there for them.
Can a person change a camera angle from the application?
No.
And you had testified that Mr. Warner asked you to change the passwords on that Monday, April 26th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Warner was an owner of the business, correct?
Correct.
And he had the right to change the passwords if he wanted to?
Correct.
And you testified that you met him at the Hardy farm?
For the initial conversation, yes.
Mr. Warner was agreeable to meet at Miss Warner's family's farm. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Warner also thought that Miss Warner had ran off. Is that correct?
Objection. His own statements are not admissible.
I would argue that it goes to the rule of completeness. They got into a whole bunch of things about that conversation, but it's not putting it into context unless there is the rule of completeness. People versus Warren. Mr. Warner thought that Miss Warner had ran off, correct?
Correct.
Because she had done that plenty of times before. Did he indicate that to you?
Yes.
You said that people had asked for access after you changed the passwords. Who had asked for access after?
Zach.
He was the only one?
Yes.
Was he an owner of the business to your knowledge?
No.
And I believe you said Zach and Parker had access to the passwords before the change or just the cameras?
Just the cameras.
Who had access to the passwords before the change?
That would have been me. And then if anything that any password that Dee knew.
So you and Miss Warner?
Yes. I mean, there would have been some passwords that Zach would have known to do daily work, but server passwords that was primarily me.
Who had access to the passwords that involved money for the business prior to the change.
Could you rephrase that?
Yeah, so you're mentioning specifically 3 areas, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong. Cameras, server, and then I believe you testified about money as well on direct. Are those all different passwords to get in?
Yes. Yes.
So who had access? You said
For like the financial system?
correct.
That would have been, you know, Dee and Zach and maybe some other employees within the business.
But you don't know about the other employees?
No.
And you testified about this cloning of Mr. Warner's iPhone. It was your understanding that Miss Warner was in the hospital when this took place?
Could you rephrase that?
Yes. So you had testified on direct that Mr. Warner asked you to make a copy of Miss Warner, the contents of Miss Warner's phone.
Yes.
It was your understanding that Miss Warner was actually in the hospital during this, facing a very serious illness.
That's what I was told.
You were close with Miss Warner. Would you say that?
Yes.
This was not a secret to Mr. Warner that you primarily communicated with her?
No.
He didn't tell you to keep it a secret from her, to not tell her, did he?
I don't recall.
You did say that on direct, Mr. Warner didn't say anything about her not having knowledge about this, correct?
Can you show me that document?
It's what you had just testified to with the prosecutor.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm nervous. Can you?
No, that's totally fine. I get it. This is an unusual situation for you to be in. Looking back on that conversation with Mr. Warner, you had testified that he didn't say anything about whether or not Miss Warner had knowledge about cloning the phone, correct?
Correct.
Who first approached you about this case?
Could you rephrase that?
Yeah, when you first were involved in this case, did you reach out to someone? Did someone reach out to you? How did you get involved?
As far as
To even know what information you have to say today.
I took care of their IT. I was basically around it.
Let's break it down. Did law enforcement speak to you about this case?
Yes.
When was that?
I would say it was that first week that she went missing. Probably somewhere between Tuesday and Thursday.
Do you remember how many times you've spoken to law enforcement about this case?
A lot.
Do you remember if you initiated contact with them or they reached out to you asking for an interview?
What interview?
The ones you had just mentioned.
I don't think I did not get interviewed that week. I was there. They reached out to me to export footage from the camera system. That was what my initial involvement was.
And then how did it develop from there?
Then they would have reached out. They reached out to me to gather other information that I knew.
You said you met with them a lot. Was it more than 5 times?
I received phone calls and, not necessarily in person, but I have received phone calls. I would say, maybe 5.
5, would it be more than 10?
I don't know.
Did you ever meet with a private investigator about this case?
I briefly talked to him.
Who was that?
Billy Little.
I can hear that.
Billy Little.
And how many meetings did you have with him?
1. And that was early on.
Did he reach out to you for that meeting or did you reach out to him?
I believe he reached out to me.
How many times have you met with the prosecutor about this case at all?
Once.
Have you talked about your testimony with anyone
No.
besides the people the prosecutor? Are you on the Justice for Dee page?
Yes.
Have you ever attended any rallies or vigils for her?
No.
Did you have a Justice for Dee sign or ribbon?
No.
Have you ever made a contribution to any group for Miss Warner?
No.
Have you ever shared your theories about what happened on social media?
No.
Have you ever given any comments or statements to the news or the press or social media about this
No.
case? I just have one more question. You don't have any personal knowledge about what happened to Miss Warner, correct?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
So you in fact did download footage from the camera system from that weekend for law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you provide that to, if you recall?
I believe at that point in time, it was the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department. I do believe the state police were involved as well, but I think it was primarily the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And what is the name of the system or the app that's used to access the system?
It's Milestone.
Okay. And is that also the app?
Yes. Yeah. Milestone was the server software that actually did the recording, and then there's a Milestone app to go along with it.
In the month or so that Dale did not have access on his phone, would he have had access in the office to the
Yeah,
camera system? I mean,
he could have. Yeah. Yeah.
does the, I mean, you kind of already answered this, but I want to be clear. You could access not just the live feed, but you could go back in time and see what had happened on the camera system. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could somebody delete a section of the video, the recorded video,
Objection, speculation.
if you know?
Hold on.
Thank you.
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. If you know, could a person go on the computer and in the recorded portion of the video, delete just a section of it?
I'm sure it's a possibility.
Okay. Have you been asked this question before by law enforcement? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall saying that you either have to delete the entire video or none of it?
I don't know. I don't know exactly how you would delete footage.
Sorry, I'm trying to move the.
I guess it probably would be. I guess yes. I guess I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm
All
sorry.
right. Were there other times that Dale asked you to change the password on the server?
No.
This is it.
Correct.
Okay, let me quickly cut that. Okay, the poll is at 50-50 again. So we need a tiebreaker. It is 50% keep them coming and 50% I don't like decisions. So I think by those standards, I do the next one because nobody's saying no. Mel, this day is horrible. I'm going to have to catch up later. Been on the phone with people trying to get this car purchased. Banks are closed. The dealership must stay open for you. They did that for me, when I bought my first car. I could only get there after 7. And even the guy, one of the days, drove to my job, fetched me and took me to the dealership. They're getting the commission and their petrol is free. So, okay. Ending the poll and it's keep them coming. So let me just quickly get the next one up. Where's my playlist? I'm going by my playlist because theirs is in a weird order and I sorted mine according to when it was posted. So also, I'm sorry, I'm trying very hard to get the closed captions to be where they need to be. Let me see. Font family, font color, font size. background. I think I've got it. Now I need to find which one had my face over. Yeah. Before we start this, now my face is so small, like I'm peeking over. I just want to see, I don't think we've heard yet what the Warners did in their company. Dale Warner Company. Is it so I see the son testifies. Farming and trucking business. So they did farming and trucking. I saw something about potatoes, but I'm not convinced I'm really sure that's the same guy. Evie, the little Mac. Literally like. So this is the Warner Company employee, Todd Nerink.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Speak directly into the microphone loudly. Spell and your first and last name.
Todd Nerink, TODDNEYRINCK.
Sir, where were you working at in April of 2021?
I worked for DDW Investments.
Where was that located?
2170 West Munger Road, Tecumseh, Michigan.
Okay. Is that considered Tipton or?
It has a Tecumseh Street address with a Tipton mailing address.
Okay, and that's in Lenawee County?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what did you do for DDW
Oopsie.
Investments? What was your job title?
I ran the trucking business and whatever else they needed.
How long had you been there at that point?
I had worked there since I worked there part-time in 2006 and I started working there full-time in 2007.
Okay. And were you in that same position that entire time you were there?
More or less, I started off helping them hauling seed part-time in the winter, and then I just more or less drove truck, and I told Dale and Dee, I said, I can do this stuff and pretty much grow a trucking business for you.
Was there an office for the DDW Investments?
Yes.
Where was that located on the same property as the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you describe the property for me? So if I'm looking up, so I'm above the residence, I'm looking down.
Yep.
Can you tell me what kind of buildings are on the property?
There's the house more or less in the center. And then to the east, there's like a shop building, a chemical storage building. Then there's a conference room. Then there's another office, and then the office where I used for the trucking business is on the east side of the property, the far east side.
Okay. And you said something about chemicals?
There were farm chemicals that they sold or used to.
Is this one barn or two barns?
There's a more or less a storage barn, which is the first building directly east of the house. And then there was a chemical barn on the southeast corner where there were liquid chemicals, and it was a like for loading the sprayers and storing liquid fertilizer and that type of thing.
Okay, so you said liquid. Is there a difference in location between the liquid or wet chemicals versus the dry chemicals?
The liquid fertilizer is a larger quantity as a rule.
Okay. And would you
Liquid fertilizer, there's probably storage there for 200,000 gallons of liquid fertilizer, and the chemicals, there's maybe 2,000 gallons of storage, because that's, you use less chemicals in that type of business.
Okay, and did you keep those in two separate locations, the
I
wet
didn't
and the
keep
dry?
them. I didn't keep them, ma'am.
I
It was the
apol- were-
farm.
Let me rephrase that then.
Okay.
Were those two located in different locations?
Yes.
Okay, and
There was like more or less a storage facility, and then once the chemicals were mixed, they were in another building.
I'm gonna show you what's a map of the area, and I need you to explain it to me. We've marked this for record purposes only as People's Exhibit 25.
Right here's more or less the storage.
Hold on, I'm gonna have you take a seat. I want you to look at that, but go ahead and take a seat. I don't want you to stand up there and testify.
Okay.
Okay, sir, do you see how these different buildings are labeled
Yeah.
on the map? Okay. So to the far east, we have something labeled wet fertilizer barn. Is that what you
Yes.
just described?
Yes.
Okay, and is that accurate for
The-
that location?
The far east, yes.
Okay, and up to the, I guess, south of the property, but just directly west of that, we've got a building. It's labeled new shop and office. Is that
Yes.
also accurate? Okay.
Yes.
And then just to the west of that, we have something labeled dry fertilizer barn.
Yes.
Is that also what you just talked about?
No, I didn't even mention that.
Is that, okay, so the dry chemicals are not kept in this barn?
No, that's strictly dry bulk fertilizer, potash, urea, diammonium phosphate, and that type of thing, ammonium
Okay.
sulfate.
Okay. And then southwest of that, the next building is labeled old shop. Is
Yeah.
that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, what would that building be used for?
Well, maintenance, working on trucks. There's parts storage in there. So working on whatever. That's
Okay,
what
and
it's
then
always.
the southeast of that, we've got a building labeled house. Is that where the house was located?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to talk specifically about the office, okay? And can you describe where you would walk in? There's a little pointer up there that's collapsible. It looks just like this. I want you
Yeah.
to try not to talk when you go up to the screen because the microphone won't pick you up. So can you just go up there and point for the court where you would walk into the office at?
Is it okay to stand? I don't want to.
Please.
Okay. Right here, the far east, there's an entrance. And then back, there's another entrance.
Okay. So and then when you say that next entrance where the new shop starts, there's no more office, correct?
There's no office.
Okay, so
And then there's an entrance, a doorway entrance, then a garage door entrance into that building
okay.
for the chemical storage.
So if I walk all the way in on the east side entrance that you pointed to,
Mhm.
what office would I be walking into?
That's my office where I do my business.
Okay. And describe the layout of your office?
I have a bunch of papers laying around. There's a desk, a computer, printer, and that's about it. And then there's a couple filing cabinets and that's it.
How many doors into your office are there?
There's one.
Okay.
And then there's a walk-through door there
Perfect.
as well.
So when you walk through the door, not that comes from inside outside, but when you walk through that next door,
Mhm.
what office do you walk into?
You walk into, there's more or less a lunchroom right in the middle of the two offices.
In 2021, was there any other office in that area?
No, ma'am.
When you are in that did you describe it as a conference room? Is that what you said it was?
Well, there's like a lunchroom.
lunchroom,
It's
okay.
where
Oh.
we would sit and congregate and have lunch and solve the world's problems.
Okay. And then were there any outdoor entrances into that office?
There is one.
Okay. Where's that located at?
It's right in the back wall. There's a, hang on a minute here. You know, you walk by the darn thing every day and I can't. No, there is not one. There is a doorway in the center where the bathroom, and there's a room where the computer crap is and everything else. And then there's a door there.
Okay. Where does that door lead to?
Out in the back of the barn where the old barnyard and stuff is, there's just more or less a bunch of junk back there and that type of thing.
Okay.
It's kind of in between the buildings and everything. So
Is there a door leading from that break room, lunchroom area that goes further into the office?
there's a room that walks, a through door that walks like from the east side all the way through to the other side of the office and into the conference room.
And there's a conference room. Okay.
Yep.
Did anybody share your office with you?
At that time, there was just me on my side of the office. And then on the other side were Dee's desk and Stephanie and Zach were.
Did
That-
Dale have an office? Or
Right in between, there was an office there.
Okay.
In the lunchroom, Dale had a desk and a chair and
Okay. Did he
his,
consider that lunchroom his office?
yeah, you can call it what you want.
Again, I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 26 just for record purposes. Does that look to be an accurate drawing of that office that's on the last map?
Yes.
Okay, so to the far east, we have it labeled trucking office, but you've indicated that would be your office, is that correct?
That's a trucking office.
Okay. Did you keep any money or checks or invoicing or anything in that office?
No, I didn't keep any money in there.
Okay.
Just whatever I had. If I had money, I put it in my desk or something like that or whatever, but I didn't have any checks there or anything like that. And if there were invoices that had issues or problems, I would go through them and keep them there until I got the issue solved.
Okay. What about in the lunchroom / Dale's office? Did you see any money located in that area?
Not really.
Okay.
You know, if Dale had a couple dollars in his desk or something, I didn't go rifling through it or anything like that.
Okay. And there are cameras on the inside of the office. Is that
There's a camera in the main part of the office, but there's not a camera in my side of the office.
okay? So if you wouldn't mind again, can you please point on here where the camera is in the office?
It would be like right in that part, right there. Like right there.
Okay, so for the record, just west of the lunchroom.
Right at the main entrance for the lobby.
Okay,
That's where the camera is located.
okay, and in that main lobby or main entrance, those were where the other offices were located that you indicated?
Yes. Yeah, the
so-
desks. Yeah.
Can you tell me again whose offices those were?
Zach Bach and Stephanie Vlucky
Okay, and Dee Warner?
and Dee's, more importantly.
And what did you say that your job title was working for them?
I ran the trucking
You
business.
ran it. Okay, so tell me what you would do on a day-to-day basis. You come in, what's your job?
I secured the work, customers, all the customer back and forth that needed to be done. Dealt with the drivers, any issues they had. If they broke down on the road, I would get it taken care of. Anything that came up, I would handle it.
You said you dealt with the drivers. Does that mean you didn't drive for the DDW?
I drove too,
How,
because
how often would you drive?
it varied. The last 3 3-4 months, I drove quite a bit. We were shorthanded, and from everything with the COVID and everything, business had picked up. So there was opportunity there. So I got in the truck and drove.
All right. I'm gonna take you to the weekend, 4/20, April 24th and 25th of 2021. Okay.
Okay.
And when I ask you a question, I want you just to tell me what you personally know.
Okay.
I would like you not to guess, or I don't want you to tell me what other people have told you. Just what you personally know. Okay.
Okay.
All right. When was the last time that you saw Dee Warner?
It was Friday afternoon,
Okay. Friday.
April 23rd,
Okay.
about 4 p.m.
And where was that at?
It was in the office.
Okay. What was her demeanor like at that point?
It was very frazzled. She was just not herself. She was not dressed her normal self, and she was just not herself at all.
When was the last time you spoke with Dee?
It was on Saturday, the 24th.
And where was that at? Or how was that communication?
I was on the phone. It was just.
Was that? I'm sorry. Was that a phone call, text message?
It was a phone call. She had texted me, and I called her back, and she was even more unreasonable. And
I'm sorry, I didn't.
pardon?
I didn't hear that last
Oh,
one.
she was just even more unreasonable. It's just I was trying to talk to her and reason with her about some stuff that came up, and it just wasn't.
She was upset.
Yeah, she was upset.
Okay.
She was upset Friday,
All right.
and she was upset even more Saturday.
All right. And approximately what time is this conversation? Just give me close to it.
It was around 10:30 a.m.
Okay. How often did you talk to Dee on the telephone, phone calls?
It varied. The last 3 months before this, not very much. It's just for a person that was running a business, I didn't have a lot of contact with her at all. She just I don't know, she just seemed withdrawn from it at that time.
Okay. And what would your typical, so starting in 2007, you said you were full-time? Is that-
Yes.
Okay. So starting in 2007, how often do you think you would have contact with Dee on the phone?
Pretty much daily. I mean, we would talk about different things and just everything. It's just we talked a lot.
Okay. What about text messaging? How
And
often would-
texted and all of that. It's just when you're driving, it's kind of hard to text. And I told her, call me when I'm driving, and I'm driving, because I don't want to be texting and driving down the dang road.
Okay. What about social media? Did you know Dee to be on social media?
Yes, she was back and forth. I mean, it's just, and I go back to like a month before, I don't know, it was 6 weeks. And I stopped and saw my mom, and I hadn't seen her like in person because of this COVID stuff. And Dee commented or something that it was so great that I stopped and saw my mom in person because of, it's just, and I stopped with the truck, and and then she'd gone on. We had a cat that was in the office.
Hold on, I'm going to stop
Pardon?
you. It's non-responsive to my question.
I'm sorry.
I'm asking you about Dee's social media
Yes.
usage.
Yes.
All right. Was she on social media?
Yes, she was social media. Yes, ma'am.
All right. What types of social media was she on, to the best of your knowledge?
Facebook and Snapchat.
Okay. Were you friends with her on Facebook?
Yes.
And would you communicate with her through Facebook?
Not very much. A little bit, but not. I guess it would be limited. We'll call it.
Okay. What about her posts? Did you see her posting on Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. How often were you on Facebook? I guess let's
Not
start there.
Not that much. It's just it's what it is. It's anti-social media.
Okay. And anytime you were on social media, did you notice posts by Dee?
I noticed it, but I just took it for what it was.
And you also said Snap. She's on Snap. What's that?
It's some sort of social media. I had heard that she was
I'm
on
gonna
it.
stop you. You heard it.
I had heard. Yes.
Do you
Okay.
know? Were you on
No,
social
I am
media?
not on Snapchat,
Okay.
ma'am. I am not.
Okay. Saturday, the 24th.
Mhm.
When you respond, I need you just to say yes or no. And I know you're just saying mm-hmm, but because they're picking it up and recording it, please say yes or no. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Saturday, the 25th. Did you go to the Warner residence?
No, I did not. I had worked.
I
I'm
meant
sorry, did you
Saturday.
say
I
Saturday the
did.
25th?
I did. I meant
Okay.
Saturday.
No,
the
it's Saturday
24th.
the
I
24th.
apologize.
Okay.
Saturday the 24th. No, I did not set foot on the property on the 24th.
Okay. What about Sunday, the 25th? Did you go on the property?
Sunday the 25th, I left it. I drove in the driveway at 3:25 a.m., went to the truck, started it, hooked it up, and left. I was out of the driveway like at 3:40 a.m. and went to Burns Harbor, Indiana.
All right. So you said, can you go ahead and pull up that map that we had up just a minute ago? You said the other one. All right. You said 3:27 a.m.
3:25.
3:25. Okay. How do you know the time?
Because I remember it. This nightmare has been going on for 3 years, and I remember that I got in there and turned the truck key on at 3:25.
All right. So what are you driving when you get to the Warner property?
What's that?
What are you driving?
I
when you
drove
arrived?
pickup.
Okay. Show me where you take that. Show me where you pulled in at.
Right here.
Okay. And then what'd you do?
Truck was sitting there.
Okay. So it looks.
Started it.
Hold on. So just for the record, it appears that you took the pointer that you have, pulled it on the east side of the office, up north and around into the dry fertilizer barn area?
No. Right here. Around the gravel driveway. To here. Right to there. That's where the truck was sitting.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I started the truck, hooked the dolly, rolled the dollies up, hooked the air lines, hydraulic line up,
Where are you doing this at?
right there where the truck was sitting.
Okay. So just west of the dry fertilizer barn again?
Yes.
Okay. And then what?
Got everything hooked up. The truck was warming up. Checked the tires. Pulled the pickup around over here. Parked it. Came back out in the truck and drove out.
Now show me how you drove out.
Just there, thing like that, and then.
Did you look up at the house at all?
Yeah. Yes,
And well, I'm gonna go back. What time did you pull out?
it was like 3:42.
3:42 a.m.
Yep.
Okay. What did you notice about the house, if anything?
The light was on, normal, light was on, TV was on, and nothing else out of the ordinary.
Okay. So when you say normal, have you been to the Warner property to pick up trucks and loads at this time of the night
Yep.
before? Okay.
I was there Monday morning and did it this past week.
Okay. And did you notice any vehicles parked outside of the house?
The Hummer was parked where it had been parked.
All right. There's a zoomed in of the same map. Can you please point to me where the Hummer was parked?
Right in that area.
Okay. Okay. What else was parked?
Dale's pickups were parked in that area here to the right of the,
Okay.
like at the corner where it's always sat.
Okay. Anything else parked over there?
No,
I have nothing further.
Still morning. Good morning, Mr. Namerank. My name is Marissa Vinsky and I represent Mr. Warner. I just have some questions for you. You talked a little bit about the doors to get into the office, and I just want to make sure I'm clear. How many doors are there to get in the building? From what I understood, there was 2 in the front and 1 in the back, but I just want to make sure.
Correct.
No, that's okay. Thank you. What was your relationship like with Miss Warner?
We had a pretty strong, a very good relationship up until like 2 years prior to this. It's just our relationship was strained at times. It's just, and it would go where we were very close like we were previous, and then it was just strained.
What was she like on a daily basis?
A normal day, she was fine. You couldn't have asked for a better person to deal with. I mean, she was Dee. She's a little high strung at times, but you know, for the most part, Dee was a good person.
When you said normal days, what do you mean by
Like
that?
when she didn't have something else bothering her, it's like you could tell on a daily thing if something else was bothering her, and it could have been just any little thing in the world, but she would take it to heart so much and just let it bother her.
So when something bothered her, how did she act?
She could be a little bit feisty and just like that type of thing. Unreasonable.
What was your relationship like with Mr. Warner?
It was fine. We never had any arguments. I was closer with Dee than Dale throughout the years.
Did Miss Warner have a temper?
Yeah, she had a temper.
Did you witness anything that
I've
led you
witnessed
to that
over
conclusion?
the years a few times Dee having a temper.
And how would
fits.
that? How would that
She would
visualize?
yell, scream, holler, and she could get just to any level of mad you could think of.
Did you notice a change in time over her temper, or was it from the time you knew her to the time
It's just
you last
she
saw
always
her?
had the temper. From day 1 or 2 of me being around there, she was yelling at somebody one time when I first started working with her and Dale, and she was giving somebody a chewing out that anybody would just like, wow, you know.
Going back to the office, you said there's 2 doors in the front, 1 door in the back. Was there any other ways to get into the office area?
The only other way, there's old storage barn in the back where they stored like fertilizer fittings and just junk of all sorts. There's a doorway there, but like to get into the office, it was locked. You couldn't get into the office, but you could get into the storage room, and we had like a truck driver bathroom where the guys, if they got back and at night, they could get in that back door and go to the bathroom or whatever. It was like a not real spiffy deal, but it worked.
When you say that it was locked, does
It
that
was
mean there
locked,
was a door? It just
like-
was typically locked.
The door back into that storage room in my part of the office, we locked it so nobody could come into the office. They had access to the back room and the storage and everything, but they didn't have access to get into the office.
Do you know who had keys to that door?
Dale, Dee, me, Zach, Stephanie. Zach, Stephanie, sorry, man.
Do you know anything about how Mr. and Mrs. Warner, how it went about picking Miss Warner's wedding ring?
I know they went to Hacker Jewelers and bought it after she had lost her original wedding ring.
Did they go together?
I'm not 100% if they went together or not. I know that that they had bought that replacement wedding ring at Hacker Jewelers.
Again, only things that you know. I appreciate that. You said that you were close with Miss Warner for the most part when you worked with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there ever a time that you took Miss Warner to the hospital?
I never took her to the hospital. She took me.
Okay, she took you to the hospital. When was that?
In October, well, it was in June of 2020, I fell off a truck and broke some ribs.
So how did she, why did she take you to the hospital?
There was nobody there, and I was kind of having a little bit of trouble breathing. And my mom lives over by Akron, Ohio.
When you went to the hospital, you mentioned you had broken ribs. Did you learn that there?
Yes,
Did you learn anything else about your condition?
I had a tumor on my kidney.
So what was the result of that?
In August, I had to have surgery on my kidney.
Who took you to the hospital?
Dee
for that?
did, actually. And I thought that, yes, Dee did, actually.
Did she stay there the entire time?
Yes, she did. I told her to just drop me off, but I think she was trying to get in there and finagle a way to go in when her daughter had a baby like a month or 6 weeks later, so she could get some sort of pass to get in there.
Was she there when you were in the recovery room?
Yes.
How was she acting at that point?
The doctor came in and told me that I had.
Objection.
This is not for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. It's just to lay foundation, and then it's not used for the truth about what the doctor told him.
Yeah, loud.
The doctor came in and told me that I had cancer on. They had taken a piece, it was cancerous, and they told, and Dee was there, and she was like hysterical about it.
So what was the effect of that statement on Miss Warner?
She's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do without you. And it's like, and she's like, I've done stuff that I can't fix, and I tried to calm her down and everything else, and it just, I could never get her to open up about it.
Did you ever tell Mr. Warner about her reaction?
No,
and
I
how,
did not. I never told him till after this happened.
after Miss Warner
Disappeared,
left or
or
was gone?
yes.
You had testified on direct exam that you last saw Miss Warner on Friday, April 23rd, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then you spoke with her on April 24th, 2021.
correct.
What was the end result of that conversation? What did you want to do based off your conversations?
Myself and Dale,
Objection. How is what he's going to do relevant to this situation?
It is relevant because it goes to the effect on the listener. One of the things this court has to determine is what happened to Miss Warner, if she is even dead, in fact. So Mr. Nehring testifying about what happened leading up to that. We've gone into the testimony about the 23rd, the 24th, and now the 25th. So this is important context, and as well as if Miss Warner knew what Mr. Nehring wanted to do based off those conversations that were brought up on direct.
Sustained.
You testified that you arrived at the farm on April 25th, 2021, and you got into the truck at 3:25 in the morning. Is that correct?
yes.
And what were you doing with that truck?
Took a load of lime out to Burns Harbor, Indiana.
Was that a scheduled delivery?
It's something that today that we do pretty much all the time. We supply lime into Burns Harbor. I have a guy going out there tomorrow, actually, doing the same exact run that I did that Sunday.
Okay, so what I'm getting from all of this is it was something that is typically done as part of the business.
Yes, and in the weeks previous to that, the week prior and the week prior to that, I had gone to Burns Harbor, Indiana on the weekend and did the same exact.
And did you provide all of the documentation of that specific load? I'm not talking about weeks and prior and whatnot. That specific load on April 25th, 2021, did you provide documentation of that to the police?
Yes.
Specifically on April 24th, 2021, did you have a plan that you wanted to engage in with Miss Warner?
Pardon?
Did you have a plan that you wanted to engage in with Miss Warner on April 24th, 2021?
A plan as in,
A plan on what you wanted to do, and did she have knowledge of this plan if you had one?
I just, when I left the office, I told her, I said, Dale, I said to her, I said, Dee, we need to get somebody else in here and look through the books, because what you're telling me about not bringing enough money in doesn't make sense to me. And you, me, and Dale need to sit down and figure out what is truly going on here. Because what you're telling me about not bringing enough money in after all these years, and then all of a sudden the 2 months prior to this, whatever happened going on, is when it became an issue. And I constantly heard from her about not bringing enough money in.
Okay. Changing subjects, did you learn from Miss Warner that she was using opioids at any point?
She told me that she had been to the doctor, Dr. Weintraub, and Dr. Weintraub would not.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, it goes to the effect on the listener. Mr. Nayrink had dealt with Miss Warner for years, and what happened to her if she used these opioids at all? Did you know that Miss Warner suffered from migraines?
Yes.
Did you know at any point that she was going to get treatment for those migraines?
Yes.
To your knowledge, what you know, was she able to get treatment for those migraines?
As of April 23rd of 2021, no.
And
The
why was
doctor would not treat her anymore.
Objection, there's lack of foundation for his knowledge. He does not have any personal knowledge of this, and it would be hearsay.
Mr. Nayrink, what was Miss Warner's relationship like with her brother, Mr. Hardy?
It was strained. I mean, they had a strained relationship through the years.
Did you experience anything between the two of them that would cause you to come to that conclusion?
Dee would talk sometimes about.
Again, objection, hearsay.
I'm just asking for your observations. So not what Miss Warner said, anything that you observed that would come to that conclusion.
Yes.
And what was that?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, again, one of the things that this court has to determine is if Mr. Warner was the person, if you determine that she's deceased, was the person that killed Miss Warner. So it's certainly relevant other relationships she had.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You said Mr. Harding, or did you give a first name?
Greg Hardy, Mr. Hardy. Yep. So did you observe anything between Miss Warner and Mr. Hardy?
They would bicker about anything in the world anytime they had contact almost. And Greg would, at the time of April 23rd, they had stored some anhydrous ammonia there for Greg, and Dee was upset about it because it was always an argument that she ended up having about weighing the wagons out correct or something like that.
So 2 days before she was last seen, she got into an argument.
I wasn't there for an argument between
Okay.
her. I
Well, then-
overheard it.
Again, only what you have witnessed. That's all you
Okay.
can testify about. Have you seen Miss Warner interact with Angelina? Again, anything you've witnessed, seen with
Yes.
your own eyes?
Sorry, I turned off my headphones and it paused the audio. I need to see quickly if when I play without the headphones, if it makes an echo. So if you guys can just let me know.
What
Yeah.
have you seen?
I seen a few times that she would correct Angelina in a way that no mother should ever correct the child.
What do you mean correct?
Like, get the F off of me, I'm on the phone or something like that.
Objection. This is character evidence. It's irrelevant. It's not admissible.
Your Honor, we had testimony from Miss Alexander about Miss Warner's relationship with Angelina, so I think it's fair to have another witness describe his experience of their relationship.
Prosecutor, open the door.
So you said correct. What do you mean by that?
She would just, Angelina would be like any kid and climb on their mom or anything like that. And Dee would just say, get off me. I'm not going to use the word that she used.
Was it
here
a
in the-
swear word?
Yes. And I'm not going to use that here.
Did you notice a difference in Miss Warner's relationship with Angelina as time went on?
It just seemed like that increased more as time went on. And then she would do that and you could tell that she felt bad about doing it. It's just like, she's just like, what did I do? You know, when she would do that. It's not, you know, it's just, I don't know if it's just she said it before she thought, and then you could just tell that she felt bad after she said that.
Okay. Mr. Nehring, do you have any personal knowledge about what happened to Miss Warner?
No, I do not.
Do you have any personal knowledge about where she is currently at?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay. All right, you testified that Dee and Dale had keys to the office, and then you said Zach and Stephanie, but you went like, eh. Do you have knowledge that Zach and Stephanie have a key to the office, or are you guessing?
Zach Bach and Stephanie Vlecki had keys to the office, ma'am.
Okay.
They would let themselves in or out of the office as needed.
Okay. And you testified about Dee's relationship with Angelina and things that you observed. Is that correct?
That is true, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember when the first time you spoke with law enforcement was?
It was May, it was about a week. Well, they were there on the Tuesday after this started. There were 2 state police detectives at Dee's desk on the computer.
Okay. So
And
that was
then
in
a week, probably a week after, it was a Tuesday, I believe, a Tuesday evening, Deputy Hall called me on the phone. It was like 7 o'clock at night.
So is
on the
that
phone.
still the first time that you talked to law enforcement?
Are you meaning interviewed, ma'am? Or
I said, when is the first time you spoke with law enforcement?
it was the state police detectives on the Tuesday at the farm when they were there?
Okay, so 25th, 26th. Would that be the 27th of April?
Yes, on a
Okay.
Tuesday.
And do you recall the next time you spoke with law enforcement?
It was on probably a week after that. It would have been the 3rd or 4th of May. I believe it was Deputy Hall from the Sheriff's Department. I spoke to him on the phone. And then a week after that, I spoke to Detective Greca here at the Sheriff's Office in Adrian. Then on March 28th of 2022, I was interviewed in Ann Arbor at the FBI office with Detectives Drewer, Singleton, and Agent Behan with the FBI.
Were you ever interviewed in your home by law enforcement?
They came and picked my phone up.
Okay.
It was like February 10th of 2022.
Okay. All right. And during those first interactions, did you describe Dee's relationship with Angelina to officers?
I mentioned that she would say that type of thing to her, that she talked to her, like I described.
Did you in the first interviews?
I don't know if it was the first interviews, ma'am. I don't recall.
Okay. How often would you see Angelina with her mother?
When she was growing up, I saw her pretty much daily. Once she got into school, if I was in and out, it depended on where I was at that day.
Did you know Dee to watch her grandkids?
I saw Dee watched Cora, her granddaughter, when she was a baby, and she watched Olivia, her granddaughter, when she was a baby, when she was, up until the age where they would go to daycare.
Do you recall, so you said you talked to the Deputy Hall on May 3rd or 4th. Is that, you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall telling Deputy Hall she has a 9-year-old daughter, they're joined at the hip?
They were joined at the hip, but Dee would sometimes talk to Angelina the way I just said she did, ma'am.
I'm asking the questions. I just want you to answer them.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you. Did you continue to work for DDW Investments after April 25th, 2021?
Yes.
And how long did you work for DDW Investments?
From that time,
Correct.
it was October of 2021. Or hang on a minute here. It was November of 2021.
Okay. Did you continue to work for Dale?
Yes,
Okay. In what capacity?
I did the same thing. I ran the trucking business.
Okay. What do you mean the trucking business? You just said you stopped in November.
DDW Transportation.
Is this different than DDW Investments?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me why.
Because for one thing, I wasn't going to work for DDW Investments anymore.
Okay. And how long did you work for DDW Transportation?
Until June of 2022.
And who worked at DDW Transportation?
The same people, the guys that work for me, the drivers.
Okay. What about in the office?
Just me and Dale's daughters.
Okay. Did you communicate with Dale regularly?
Yes.
All right. Did you communicate with anybody else regularly about the business?
Mark Weisberg was there as well.
After April 25th, 2021, when is the very next time you go to the Warner's home?
I got back that afternoon from Chicago and I was there and, just, that was it. I was back that afternoon.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Dale about staying at DDW?
No, I didn't have a conversation with him. I just did it. I took it upon myself to just stay, and that's what I did.
Did you ever tell anybody that Dale told you to come back, that Dee wasn't going to be a part of the business anymore?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You testified that Dee and Dale purchased her wedding ring at Hackers Jewelers. Were you with them?
No, but I saw there was a receipt of it. So
Okay,
I just
you have no
saw it.
idea what you saw a receipt for, correct?
I didn't see that it was written on there, a wedding ring, but it was
Okay.
the time they were,
Okay.
but she.
Did you ever see Dale Warner grab Lena and spank her?
I saw him spank her once. She'd gotten kind of mouthy, and
Okay.
it was just, and it wasn't a violent spank. It was just, we as people our age, we got spanked. It was nothing violent or anything like that, man.
Kind of offended that you suggest we're the same age.
Hey now. I'm not as old as I look. I feel it some days, but
You indicated Dee came to see you at the hospital when you had some kind of treatment?
Yeah,
And what hospital was this?
St. Joe's.
St. Joe's. And who was all in the room with you?
Just her and me. That was all at the time that they would allow.
What, can you remind me again when this was?
It was August 20th of 2020.
August of 2020.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's the end of that one. That was strange. Let me just do this quick. There's a Vaughn behind me. That's why I am so close. And I'm just hoping that there's not like, I don't know, boogers in my nose or something. This looks like it'll be an
Can you raise
interesting
your-
one. We've got Dee's daughter from first marriage. I'm going to share the screen now. Just quickly want to add that. No bats in the cave. Thank goodness. Okay, let's see where the closed captions land this time.
Raise your hand for me, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated. Speak directly into the microphone loudly. Spell your first and last name, please.
Raquel Bach, RIKKELLBOCK.
Hi, Raquel.
Hello.
Tell us how you knew Dee Warner.
She was my mom.
Okay. And your last name is Bach.
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell us why the difference between Warner and Bach?
She remarried.
Okay. And about how old were you when that happened?
I think I was, I don't remember, maybe,
Or maybe how long ago has that been?
I believe it was in 2008.
Okay. And the person she got married to at that point in time was who?
Dale Warner.
And
Council, I apologize. I think that this is a phone again. We should put that away, please.
Do you want it up here? Or
You could just leave it upside down on the counter. It's okay. Thank you.
all right. Do you have kids?
I do, yes.
Okay. And did your mom have any other grandkids?
Yes.
Tell me about your kids.
I have 3 kids.
Okay. And as of April 2021, how many did you have?
2.
And was Dee involved in their lives?
Yes, she was my daycare, basically.
Okay. Do you work?
I do, yes.
What do you do?
I'm a hairstylist.
And back in April 2021, where did you live?
I lived at my dad's house.
Okay. And how far is that from the Munger property?
About 3 miles, maybe.
Okay. It's real close, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your dad's name?
Tim.
Tim Bach?
Yes.
All right. So you said that you had the 2 boys or girls,
At the time, I had 2 girls.
right? And you said there were other grandkids as well.
Yes.
How many?
4 other ones.
And who did they belong to?
My 2 nephews were from my sister Amber, and my 2 nieces are from my brother TJ.
Okay. So how many kids were there from the first marriage?
4.
And can you give us the names in the order?
Amber, TJ, Zach, and me.
Okay. And then you have a stepsister, correct? Or a half sister?
I have a half sister. Yes.
That's Angelina.
Yes.
All right. During the time leading up to April of 2021, you said that you were living with your dad, right?
Correct.
Why was that?
We had a really big remodel on our house.
Okay. And so where was your house in relation to the Munger farm?
Basically in the backyard.
Okay. Could you, from your house, see the Munger house?
Yes.
Had you ever lived in the Munger house?
Yes.
And who was doing the remodel?
My boyfriend.
Father of your kids?
Yes.
So tell me about how much time you would spend. Were you helping doing the remodel?
A little bit.
Okay. I mean, were you there every day? Were you back and forth?
I was there pretty much every day.
Okay. And tell me about your daily routine as it involved your mom during this time of the remodel.
I spent a lot of time at my mom's house through the remodel. She was my daycare while I worked. And then when I wasn't working, I was at her house because my house wasn't done enough for my kids to really hang out there very long. So I spent a lot of time at my mom's house. I pretty much ate dinner there almost every night. Did my laundry there. And she helped a lot with my kids.
Okay. So is it fair to say you saw your mom almost every day?
I would say that's pretty fair, yes.
Okay. And how long had the remodel been going on as of April of 2021?
About a year.
During that time, were you able to observe the relationship between your mom and Dale?
Yes.
How can you describe that?
Business partners.
Okay. Tell me about the businesses.
What were they?
Exactly. What were they?
There was the farm, the chemical and fertilizer, and the trucking company.
Okay. And at that time, were you doing any work for any of those companies?
No.
Did you see any contention between your mom and Dale during that time? I'm talking about things you personally observed.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe some of that?
Yelling.
Okay.
My mom was a yeller. And I'm not really sure. I mean, I feel like there was a lot of yelling. There was a lot of cussing, slamming things, maybe.
Okay.
Irritation.
Was your mom happy in the marriage?
No.
Yeah, I would object to that for speculation unless there's foundation.
Okay. Did you ever see, again personally, any eavesdropping by Dale?
Well, I couldn't see behind walls, so I'm not really sure how to answer that. I mean, I know there were times
I would
where
object to speculation that she.
I'll ask a different question, Your Honor. Were you ever aware of any time that he was recording her conversations while you were there?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of him tracking the Hummer?
Yes.
Okay. How were you aware of that?
She showed me the tracking device.
Okay. Were you in communication with your mom by phone?
Yes.
Often or seldom?
Often.
Daily, weekly?
Pretty much daily.
Okay. And what can you tell us about how often she would let it go to voicemail, how often she would ignore texts, that kind of thing?
Never.
Do you have firsthand knowledge of times when your mom would leave for a night or two from the Munger house?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know about that?
She would tell me.
I would object that that's not first-hand knowledge and that's hearsay.
I agree, Your Honor. Withdraw. So you were not at the house any of these times when she left for some other place?
I have left with her before, yes.
Okay. Tell us about that.
The last time I left with her, she was pregnant with my little sister, and we stayed at another house.
Okay. from your mom's habits that you observed, was she secretive with her possessions?
Like her phone
Yes.
to certain people.
Okay. To who was she secretive?
Dale.
And tell us about that, what you observed.
She kept her phone in her pocket. She was also secretive about her car keys. She kept her car keys in her pocket at all times with her phone.
Okay. And was there ever a time you observed her hiding those items?
In her pocket.
Okay. In the couch?
I have seen her hide her phone in the couch before, yes.
Okay. And what were the circumstances of that?
Dale walked in.
Did she ever instruct you to lock something up so that no one could get at it?
Yes, her
Okay.
car.
Was that once or more than once?
I can recall one time
Okay.
specifically.
All right. And do you know when that was?
Not long before.
Objection, hearsay, and relevance.
Well, first of all, lock my car is a command, not a statement. And I can show the witness to refresh her memory in terms of when it was.
I'm going to overrule the hearsay objection.
If I can approach the witness. Showing me now it's marked as Exhibit 12, or proposed Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
You see a date on there?
March 23rd, 2021.
Does that refresh your recollection of when this took place?
March 23rd, 2021.
Okay. And what did your mom tell you to do?
To make sure her
Objection, hearsay.
This is the same thing. This is a command, not a statement.
I'll allow it. I don't know what the statement is.
she said to make sure that her car was locked
Okay. And where was the car?
in the garage.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Now, were you aware firsthand of any medical issues that your mom had and or medications that she took?
Yes.
Okay. And from your knowledge, what, if any, things did she suffer from?
Chronic migraines and like high blood pressure. Is that what you're asking too?
Yes.
And cholesterol, depression. That's all to my knowledge.
Was there anything with her neck?
She had chronic neck pain, but I'm not sure what she took for that
Okay.
besides getting a massage.
Do you have any experience with migraines?
I do, yes.
Are you on medication for that?
Current.
Objection, relevance.
This would bear on her knowledge of what her mom is going through and taking, what the effects are of the medication that her mom is on. I haven't gotten there yet.
You haven't gotten there yet. I don't know if she can testify to what the effects of the medication were on.
I can ask it in a more specific way.
Thank you.
When you have a migraine, what do you do in terms of the pills?
I would also object, Your Honor. I don't think there's a foundation laid. She's not an expert. She's not a doctor. Getting into this medicine and what to treat it, I don't think is appropriate for this witness.
Well, she has firsthand experience. I'm not asking for her opinion. I'm asking for what she does.
I'm not sure how this is relevant.
Well, we've already heard that Dee had a migraine that night.
Right.
I will tie it up in a moment.
Okay. I'll give you some latitude.
Thank you. When you have a migraine, do you take a pill?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of pill?
I don't remember the name of it, but just specifically for migraines, just to calm the pain of the headache.
Okay. Do you take 1, 2, 3? How many pills do you take and in what order?
1, pill at a time. I think you could take up to,
Again, I think this is going far astray.
This is my last-
So my objection is relevant. What pill she takes, how does that affect Miss Warner?
It's my last question. Okay. All right. Did you ever see any signs of addiction with your mom?
no,
Did you ever see her high on medication?
no,
In the months leading up to April, did she talk with you about divorce?
yes,
Is that often, seldom?
I would object again to hearsay. In the months leading up, there's no specific time frame, and this court has determined that April 24th, 2021, in its previous rulings is what the date is based off of.
Yeah, I think it's relevant because it shows the pattern leading up to. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, could you ask me again?
How often did she speak of divorce?
Divorce was a common conversation she had, but more specifically, the day before, on April 24th, was she was absolutely ready to file for divorce.
Objection, speculation.
Is that from your personal knowledge?
Yes,
Okay. Did you have a conversation with your mom that day?
yes,
Where did that take place?
at her house.
At your mom's house?
Yes,
Okay, and what time of day?
4:30ish.
Okay. And tell us about that conversation in regard to divorce.
My mom was very upset because of a fight that happened with some employees and some text message that she got that Dale was talking to an employee's wife about how my mom takes Xanax every day, and my mom felt and always felt like he never had her back.
Objection, speculation.
Can we strike just the last sentence, Your Honor?
Yes, I'll strike that last one.
Thank you.
And
So let me stop you right there. Did she specifically mention divorce in that conversation?
yes,
What did she say?
She's-
Objection, hearsay.
This is her plan under 8033.
she said that she was her marriage was already over, and she was gonna divorce him.
Did she say anything about her plans for later that day?
She said, I don't even have the energy to pack my bags.
Do you know if she had plans for Lena that night?
I do not.
Was she complaining? Did she complain at that point in time of having a migraine?
At that point in time, no.
Okay. Do you think you were able to tell when your mom had a migraine?
Yes.
Did she appear to you that she had a migraine at that point?
At that point, it did not appear that she had a migraine. She was just too upset.
And tell us about that. How did you know that she was upset?
Because she was sobbing.
Did she make any other statement to you during that conversation that would indicate any fear on her part?
One of the last things that my mom said to me was, I watch Dateline like every night, and he could do something like that to me.
And what did she mean? What did you take that to mean? He could do something like that to me.
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
Make her disappear.
Did you, would you describe Dale as a calm person in general?
Depending on who we wanted to be calm in front of.
Okay. Did you ever see any anger coming from him?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe a specific instance where you saw this happen?
I specifically remember one one night, a big fight.
Objection, relevance, there's no time frame about when this.
I was about,
I'm sorry, yes.
Some more time.
So yes, if you could tell us, when is this event that you're going to tell us about?
it was about 2009. And,
Well, let's stop right there. That's probably a little too far back.
okay, sorry.
So was there any other instance that you can recall between 2019 up to 2021?
That I personally witnessed?
Correct.
No.
So after you left your mom that afternoon, that Saturday afternoon, did you see her again at all Saturday night?
No.
Where did you go after you left?
I went to my house.
Okay. And did you ever leave your house again that night?
To go back to my dad's house.
Okay. Approximately what time was that?
About 10:30.
Okay. And from going from your house to your dad's, does that take you past the Munger property?
Yes.
Okay. And did you happen to look and see what was going on as you drove by?
I did. All of the lights were on in the house.
Okay. And was that usual or unusual as far as you observed?
Unusual at that time.
Okay. What was usual for those hours?
Pretty dark, maybe the TV on and a couple of lights.
Did you see where the Hummer was? Did you notice where the Hummer was at that point?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see whether any cars were at the office at that point?
I did not see any cars at the office at that point.
Okay. So Sunday morning, do you go back over to your mom's?
Yes.
Okay. Who was with you, if anybody?
Dustin and my two girls.
Okay. And about what time did you go over to your mom's?
About 9:30.
Okay. And what was the purpose of going over there?
We went to go have breakfast, and my mom and I grocery shopped on Sundays.
Okay. And so what is the usual routine when you go over there? Do you knock on the door or do you just go in?
Just walk in.
Okay. What about that day?
I just walked in and nobody was there.
All right. So when you say no one was there, did you look around or no one was immediately apparent when you walked in?
Kind of walked around a little bit and kind of, yelled for her, and Angelina, and that was it.
Okay. So can you tell us what rooms you were in when you briefly looked around at that time?
I was in like the kitchen and the living room. And I think I peeked around to maybe her bedroom briefly.
Did you at that point notice any vehicles down by the office?
Yes,
And what did you see?
the Hummer and the JCB.
Okay. And tell us what the JCB is.
It's a loader.
Okay. This piece of farm equipment,
Yes,
is it about the size of a car or bigger?
bigger.
Okay. A lot bigger or a little bigger?
A little bit bigger than a big SUV.
Okay. And you say a loader. Why do you call it a loader?
Had a bucket on the front.
Okay. And you say that and the Hummer were down by the office.
Yes.
Do you know where your mom's car was at that time?
In the garage.
Okay. Did you also look in the garage?
I did, yes.
Okay. Did she drive any car besides the Hummer or the Escalade?
No.
Did that cause you concern that her cars were there and she wasn't?
Yes.
Okay. What did you think had happened at that point?
Objection, speculation.
Did you do anything in response to your mom not being in the house and both of her cars being in view?
I thought they were down at the office.
Okay. Did you try to get a hold of her at that point to see what was going on?
Yes, I texted her.
Okay. And did she text back?
No.
What did you do after she didn't respond to your text?
I left and went back to my house.
Okay, and did you go in the house?
No,
Okay. Where did you go in relation to your house?
I sat in my driveway.
Okay. With Dustin and the kids?
Yes,
All right. And what did you do while you were sitting there?
I called her.
And what happened?
Her phone went straight to voicemail.
Okay. Was that unusual?
Absolutely.
Did your plans change for the day at that point?
Yes.
And how did they change?
I started searching for her and calling people.
Okay. So you had plans to do something else.
Yes.
Okay. And forget that.
Right.
Okay. Who else did you call?
I called my brother Zach
Okay. Anybody else?
and Stephanie.
Okay. Um, okay. And did you get a hold of them?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked to Zach, talked to Stephanie.
Yes.
What did you do after you talked with them?
I went back down to the office.
Okay. What was your reason for doing that?
I thought my little sister was in there listening to them fight.
Okay. So you had an idea where your mom was at that point?
I thought I did.
Okay. Because the other two didn't know?
Correct.
Okay. So what did you do?
I walked into the office to see if there was anybody there.
And was there
No.
any sign of, were the lights on, anything?
I think the front office light was on, but I think that stays on most of the time.
Okay. All right. So she's not there. What do you do next?
I continued to call my siblings. And then I went down to my aunt and uncle's house,
Okay. So your aunt and uncle are who?
Greg and Shelley.
And approximately how far do they live from the Munger farm?
2 miles maybe.
And how do you get there from the farm?
Drive
And do you know east, west, north, south?
west.
Okay. West on Munger?
West on Munger.
Okay. Do you go straight, and what are their names?
Greg and Shelley.
Okay. Do you go straight to Greg and Shelley's?
I went to the farm, to their big barn to see if she was there.
Okay. So their big barn, that's separate from where their residence is?
Yes.
And was she there?
No.
Do you get a call while you're at,
Objection, leading.
does anything happen while you're at that place?
Yes.
What happened?
Dale called me.
What did he say?
He asked me if I talked to my mom and that she was mad at him for the fight that happened and that he hadn't talked to her. She won't answer him.
Okay. And did he tell you why he was calling you?
To see if I had talked to her.
Okay. And why was he curious as whether you had talked with her?
Objection, speculation.
Did he indicate to you why he was asking about your mom? Did he indicate to you why he was asking where she was?
No.
So you go to the big barn. Where do you go from there?
Greg and Shelley's house.
Okay. Was your mom there?
No.
From there, where?
To their property in Onstead.
And by their property, you mean who?
My mom and Dale.
Okay. And is there a name for that?
Cedar Point.
Was she there?
No.
Okay. So then what?
I went back to her house.
Okay. And what do you do once you get back to the house?
I start looking, seeing if there was anything out of place or that was missing, that maybe her stuff was gone.
So you'd already looked around just a little bit. Was this a more thorough
Yes.
search? Okay. Where did you go in the house?
Her bathroom. To see if her makeup bag was gone.
Did you notice at that time whether it was there or not?
I noticed it was gone.
Okay.
And her hair stuff,
Her hair stuff was there or gone?
gone.
Okay. Anything else that you noticed missing?
a can of hairspray and her curling iron.
Now, did you use that bathroom when you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And being a hairstylist, did you sometimes do your mom's hair?
Yes.
Okay. So you use those products that your mom used?
Yes.
Okay. She's not in the bathroom, then where else do you check in the house?
I checked all of the bedrooms.
And how many bedrooms are there?
There was 5 upstairs and then 2 downstairs.
Downstairs in the basement?
In the main floor.
Main floor, okay. Any sign of your mom?
No.
Okay. Is there anything that caught your attention when you went upstairs?
There's a mock door, looks like a bookshelf, leads to like an attic, and the door was open with items that were on the shelf that were on the ground.
I approached now. This one was marked as People's Proposed number 10. You recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
that's the door.
So that looks like a shelving unit,
Yes,
but you say that's a door.
correct.
Where does it lead to?
An attic.
And was the door in that position when you saw it?
No,
Okay. What position was it in?
it was pushed open and things that were on the shelf were on the ground.
So it was open to the attic.
Correct.
Was that unusual?
Yeah.
That caused you concern?
Yes.
We move for the admission of People's Proposed number 10.
Any objection? No objection. Oh. Those who proposed exhibit 10 is submitted for floor examination.
Did anybody else help you search?
Dustin.
And, oh, sorry about that. Did either one of you find your mom?
No.
Does anybody else, well, let me first ask you this. Are you familiar with the sprayer?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a big piece of machinery that opens up wide and sprays chemicals on fields.
Okay. And would you recognize the sound of the sprayer if you heard it?
Yes.
Had you heard it before that day on April 25th?
Yes.
How many times would you say?
Once that morning or afternoon.
Previous to that, had you heard it a few times, many times?
Oh, many times.
Okay. Did you hear it again that morning while you were in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell where it was or where it was coming from by the direction?
No.
Okay. Do you leave the house or does somebody come in the house at that point?
Dale came in the house.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
Where were you when you had the conversation?
In her bedroom.
Okay. Were you already in the bedroom when he came in?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you see where he had come from when he came to the bedroom?
I don't know.
Was anybody else in the bedroom with you besides Dale?
The first time, I believe my Aunt Shelley was with me. And
I just want to talk about that first time.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Did he say anything at that point when he came in the bedroom? He being Dale.
I don't really remember if he said anything at that point.
Okay. Was there a massage chair in the room?
Yes.
Were there things behind the massage chair?
Yes.
Did he go over there and look in those things?
Objection, leading, sustained.
Did he show you anything?
Yes, he went through like empty like tote bags that my mom had behind her massage chair and was pulling out any medications from the bags and talking about how she has pills everywhere and he doesn't even know what they are. And
Had the subject of pills been brought up at all?
before that, no.
Right, okay. Did he show you anything else in his hand?
Yes,
What did he show you?
her ring,
Okay. What kind of a ring was it?
her wedding ring.
Showing what's been marked as people's proposed number 11. Do you recognize that?
Yes, but that was her first ring.
Oh, okay. We'll have to get a different picture. But he showed you a ring.
Yes,
And what kind of a ring was it?
her wedding ring,
Okay, the current wedding ring.
the current wedding ring.
Right. And what did he say in regard to the wedding ring?
He said that he found it on his desk in the office.
Did you know your mom to take off her wedding ring?
No.
Did he say anything else to you in the bedroom about your mom's conduct?
Objection leading.
I mean,
Allow it.
thank you. About your mom's conduct leading up to that weekend.
He said that she had a burner phone.
Okay, let me stop you right there. What does that mean to you?
A phone that she buys minutes for, maybe. I'm not really sure.
Okay. As opposed to her main phone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know your mom to have a burner phone?
No.
Okay. Did she ever ask you to contact her on a different phone?
No.
Voice, text, anything?
No.
Did you ever see her with a second phone?
No.
All right, what else did he say in that regard about your mom's conduct leading up to that, if anything?
He said that she was leaving in the middle of the night, and he didn't know where she was going.
Okay. And were you aware of that conduct if it ever took place?
No.
Did he say anything about what had happened the night before, Saturday night?
He said they barely fought.
Okay.
And he gave her a massage after he got her calmed down, and she fell asleep, and he picked her up and put her on the couch.
Now, had you ever seen Dale touch your mom, like giving her a massage?
Not really.
You hadn't seen her squeezing her neck or shoulders, anything like that?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
I'm asking you from your own personal observation. Thank you, Your Honor.
A relaxing massage, no. He would come up behind her when her and I were in conversations.
I guess I would object then to speculation, because how can she classify what Mr. Warner's intent is with the touching, if it was relaxing, not relaxing?
I'm just asking you, without characterizing what kind of touch it was, tell us what you saw in terms of the touch.
She was uncomfortable.
What was he?
Objection, speculation.
So let me clarify the question, Ren. Thank you. Was he using his hands?
Yes.
Okay, where was he placing his hands?
On her shoulders,
What was he doing with his hands on her shoulders?
massaging.
Okay. And could you tell your mom's reaction to that?
Yes.
What was her physical reaction?
Uncomfortable.
Would she let it continue?
No.
Right. Did you stay in the bedroom or did you go to another room?
I went back out into the like living room, kitchen area.
Okay, and did Dale come also?
Yes.
So there was more interaction with him in the living room, kitchen area?
Yes.
Is that one big open room?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any other statements regarding pills that happened when you were out in the living room, kitchen area?
Yes.
Were those made by Dale?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He went to the cabinet with medication in it and kept talking about these pills, and he didn't know what they were, and she's got all these pills everywhere. And
Okay. And could you observe his demeanor when he was doing this? Was he calm?
No.
Okay, what was he?
Frustrated.
Were you familiar with that cabinet? And what was
Yes.
in it?
I couldn't tell you everything what was in it, but I
Do you
knew
know
it was there.
Do you know if Dale had any medication in that cabinet?
Yes.
Did Dale say anything to you out there in the living room?
He said, something about how my mom has ruined his life. She's always trying to ruin his life. I can't remember the exact.
Okay. All right. And did he say anything about all the things he's worked for?
Yes. He said everything I've worked for is gone.
Okay. And did you know what that meant at that time?
No.
After your mom went missing, did you have a phone conversation with Dale?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm talking about it within a week or two after that Sunday. Did he talk about what had happened on Saturday night more than what he told you in the bedroom?
Objection. These lines of questioning, there's just a lot of leading. Did he talk about this? Did he talk about that? Versus what did he talk about?
Thank you. Did you have a few or many phone calls with Dale in the, let's say, 2 weeks after the 25th?
I had a fair share of conversations with him.
Okay. Did he say anything to you regarding what had happened between him and your mom Saturday night?
He said that they barely fought, and that at one point he reread their vows to her. He said, in sickness and health, and for richer, for poorer, and so on.
All right, so back to Sunday morning. After what happened in the living room kitchen, do you leave? Does Dale leave?
I think I left shortly after that.
Okay, and where do you go from there?
I took my kids to a sitter.
Okay, and did you come back?
Yes.
Where did you go when you came back?
To the office.
Okay, and what did you do while you were in the office?
I watched parts of the surveillance.
Okay, and did you ever see your mom on the surveillance?
No.
Did you ever come back up to the house from the office?
I don't believe so.
So I guess I'm asking, you said earlier that you saw the Hummer, or actually, let me ask you that. Where was the Hummer when you went down to the office to watch the video?
He moved it back up to the house.
Okay. All right. Did anything else draw your attention in relation to the Hummer when you're in that area?
The two, like JCB tracks
Okay.
up to the sliding glass door.
All right, so could you explain what you mean by the JCB tracks?
So the JCB had big tires on it, and there were two tracks that led up to the sliding glass door.
Okay. And where were those in relation to the Hummer?
The Hummer was basically on the tracks.
Okay. And where is the sliding glass door in relation to the kitchen and living room area?
It goes off of the kitchen living room is like one area, and the sliding glass door is like in the middle of the two.
Between the kitchen and the living room?
Yeah.
Okay. So you walk out of between the kitchen and the living room, you open the sliding glass door. Where are you now? No, I'm just talking about if you are at the house
Oh,
and you're going from the living room, kitchen area through that sliding glass door, where do you end up outside?
where the Hummer was parked and where the JCB tracks were.
Are there steps going down there?
Yes,
Okay. And what's at the, when you saw it, what is at the end of those steps?
the Hummer.
With the JCB tracks underneath?
Correct.
Okay. Did you, after the office, where did you go next?
I walked around the property
What was the purpose of that?
to see if I could find anything.
Okay. Any sign?
No.
Okay. Then where?
And then I think I left.
Okay. And where did you go, if you recall?
I went to my brother's house, Zach,
And where did he live at the time?
on Pentecost Highway.
Okay. Is that on one of the lakes?
Yes, Sand Lake.
And was it just you and Zach at his house?
It was me, Zach, and TJ.
All right. And what did you do once you got there?
We filed a missing persons report.
Okay. And how did you do that? Was it a phone call? Was it online? Did you?
A phone call.
Okay. And had there been any conversation previous in the day involving Dale about calling the police?
Yes.
And
He
what-
said he wasn't going to. He said he would do it maybe the next morning after he took Angelina to school.
Did he that day or in the next 2 weeks, during the times you interacted with him personally, seem concerned about your mom being gone?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bach. My name is Marissa Vinsky, and I represent Mr. Warner. I just have some questions for you. You testified on direct that when your mother was pregnant, you and her left to go to another house. What was that other house?
A friend's house. A friend's house.
Who was that friend?
Kim Brisky.
Did you ever go anywhere else with her besides that friend's house?
Yes.
Where?
Are you asking for that day?
Yes.
No.
Was there any time where you left with your mother and you went anywhere else for the weekend?
Yes.
Where?
We would go to the Dundee Hotel.
How often was that?
Once every couple of months.
Who would go with you when you went? Was it just you and your mother?
Yes.
You also had testified on direct that your mother had asked you to hide the keys. What car did she ask you to hide the keys for?
She didn't ask me to hide the keys.
Or-
She asked me to lock the car,
Lock the car, excuse me. What car?
her Escalade.
Did Mr. Warner have his own set of keys to that Escalade?
I don't know.
In that command, when she told you to lock the Escalade, did she tell you why?
No.
Do you know that your mom took oxycodone?
On a regular basis?
Objection, Your Honor, that's not in evidence.
The government opened the door by asking if she saw any signs of her mother's addiction or any drug use.
She didn't ask if, she asked that.
Are you aware? Thank you. Are you aware if your mother took oxycodone?
I am aware that she took it when she got her neck injections.
To your knowledge, did she have a prescription to that?
To my knowledge, I don't know.
Did your mom like attention?
From who?
Based off your experiences with her and how you saw her interact with people, your observance of how she would act with other people, and do you think she liked attention?
I think it's fair to say she did.
Can you describe your mother's temperament?
She didn't put up with a lot of anything.
Would you classify her as dramatic?
That's fair to say.
Would you classify her to overreact to situations?
Yeah.
To your personal knowledge, would she sometimes have outbursts?
Yeah.
And you actually took things that she said with a grain of salt because of this.
What things are we talking about? Otherwise, it's irrelevant.
In the context of when she told you that she didn't want to be another Dateline episode that you testified to on direct, things that she said in that conversation, were you of the opinion that you had to take things with a grain of salt with what she was saying?
Yes, because I never heard her talk about being scared.
So you personally never heard Miss Warner say she was scared of Mr. Warner?
Except for the last comment she made to me.
When you testified on direct that you drove by the night of April 24th, 2021, and you said all the lights were on, do you literally mean every single light in the house? Can you describe that a little more?
From traveling from my house to my dad's house, there's the whole side of the house, which had the living room, her bathroom, and her bedroom. You can see the windows, and all of those lights were on. So like basically the whole first floor.
So the living room, the bathroom, the bedroom, you don't know about any of the other lights in the house?
I couldn't see there.
When you arrived to the Warner house on April 25th, 2021, did you use a key to get in or was the door unlocked?
It was unlocked.
When you got there, did you see any signs of struggle?
No, other than the fact that that door was open.
What door do you mean?
The bookshelf door.
Did you see any stains on the couch?
No.
Did you see any stains on the carpet in the living room?
No.
Did you see any marks on the couch?
No.
Did you see any stains or marks on that bookcase to get to the attic?
No.
What vehicle did your mother drive more, the Hummer or the Cadillac?
The Escalade.
And then you testified that you went and looked in the camera system on that morning. How did you get in the camera system?
My brother had access to it.
Did he show you the videos?
Yes.
And when you saw Mr. Warner on that day, April 25th, 2021, would you say he was acting the same way that he typically acted any other day you interacted with him?
When he was talking about the pills, he was very frazzled.
Would you say how he interacted, though, was the same way that you've seen him interact with you on other times? Is that how his demeanor always was?
Not necessarily.
So you're saying he was not acting the same way that he typically acted that day?
Yeah.
Do you remember having an interview with Detective Dwyer or Dreyer, sorry, where you said, do you remember having that interview?
Yeah.
And in that interview, you actually said he was acting, he's always the same. That's exactly how he was that day. Do you remember that?
I don't, but I'll take your word for it.
Was the Dale call that you testified to after you called Stephanie or before when he called you? Can you clear up that timeline a little bit?
I called Stephanie and my brother, and Dale called me maybe an hour or so later.
Do you have a key to the office?
No.
And to your knowledge, does Mr. Warner use the JCB to take trash from place to place?
Yeah.
Where have you seen him park that when he's usually taking trash from place to place?
When he's done with the trash, or?
Can you describe, in your experience, what you've seen when he's moving that JCB, when he's taking trash?
He drags it around to the office in the house to get the trash, and then dumps it on the back to burn it.
Have you seen him park it in front of the office before?
No.
Do you remember doing an interview with Billy Little?
Yeah.
And in that interview, do you remember saying you have seen him park it in front of the office when he's taking trash place to place?
I said I've seen him park it there, but he doesn't leave his equipment out.
But you have seen him park it there when he's taking trash from place to place, which is what I asked.
Yes.
And that is where you saw the JCB when you arrived at the Warner farm on April 25th?
Yep.
25th.
Yes.
Were you involved with the businesses at all that your mother and Mr. Warner had?
No.
Did Dale express to you that he thought your mom had voluntarily left at the time when you were talking to him?
He didn't really express anything. He just said she didn't know where she was. He didn't know where she was at.
Do you remember him saying that's why he didn't call the police? Or didn't feel the need to call the police?
Yeah, he said that she'll come back.
What was your involvement in getting Mr. Little on this case?
None.
And you have no personal knowledge of where your mother is?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
You were asked if you know if Dale had a key to the Escalade. Do you know who was the primary driver of the Escalade?
My mom.
Did you ever see Dale driving the Escalade?
it was really rare, and sometimes when they would all be together.
Who drove the Hummer?
My mom,
And between the two, which one would she drive the most?
the Escalade.
In the time that you were talking about, let's say from March through that weekend, did you see the Hummer parked someplace?
I never saw it move
Okay, from where? Where was it
From
when you
the-
saw it?
from right outside of the sliding glass doors.
Okay, so from where Dale moved it back to,
Yes,
you saw it previous days in that same place.
yes.
Do you recall the last time you saw it moved from there? Or how far back can you say the Hummer was parked in that spot?
A long time.
Do you know, did Dale and Dee go to Florida?
Yes,
Okay, did they go that year?
yes.
When did they go, if you recall?
It was at the, I think it was like,
Objection, Your Honor, this is not part of the cross-examination, so it's going beyond the scope.
This has to do with who drives what car.
I don't think there was a foundation laid for that.
I'm a little confused, maybe a little more foundation.
Sure. What was the Hummer primarily used for?
and they traveled with a RV,
Okay, thank you. And when your mom was at the house, what did she drive?
the Escalade.
Okay. Now you mentioned that your mom, that Dale said your mom had left and she'll be back. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of other times when she had left and come back?
Somebody knew where she was.
Okay, that was my question. Has she ever left and not let you know that she was gone?
No.
Okay, not let you know where she was?
Yes.
Not waited 3 years with no communication?
Correct.
Objection, leading.
I'll just throw that, Your Honor.
Any recaps?
Miss Bach, were you with your mom every time she drove somewhere?
No.
Were you with your mom every time she chose what car to take and where to take it to?
No.
And you don't know every time your mom left, do you?
No.
Because you weren't with her 24/7.
Yes.
You only know what she told you.
Yep.
Okay, no further questions.
Was that her big mic drop? Didn't seem like one. Hey, True Crime Kitty. Paula Max, still 2 hours of work. I have about an hour-ish until I have to go to bed. So let's do another one. I mean, it was like literally 100% yes for another one. I just quickly want to stop sharing for a sec and get
Raise your right hand, please.
yeah, that's a good one. So what are you guys thinking so far? I'm guessing her brother is the one that was at the beginning that they were like acting as if he's the suspect. That's kind of what I got a bit confused, and the questions went a little bit like round in circles, and a lot of the time I didn't really know what they were trying to point out. Like some of it was just weird to ask a child about their mom and the mom's boyfriend or husband or whatever. Like, I thought it was, there was no gotcha moment for me. Wasn't he ex-brother-in-law? He was, Steve, you're right. He was married to maybe her brother. Every time I see like an explanation about them, about the people testifying, I like quickly close because I don't want to see the what happened. Witness Amy Alexander, that's who's next. A family friend who had known Dee for more than a decade and organized the Justice for Dee group in response to her disappearance, said Dee had previously mentioned wanting to end her marriage. So if I managed to get in touch with someone, she would be the person. All right, let's go. Also, according to my analytics, I've gone over 520 now. So that's exciting.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please seat in the chair. Speak into the microphone loudly. Spell your first and last name.
Oh,
Amy Alexander, AMYALEXANDER.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Amy.
oh dear.
Did you know Dee Warner?
Yes,
Okay. Were you guys close?
yes.
All right. How did you come to know Dee?
I started dating her brother-in-law in 2011, and in 2013 we got engaged.
Okay. So her brother-in-law, can you tell us how the family relation goes that way?
Bill is Dale's brother.
Okay. And that's who you were dating and then got engaged to?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no. Sorry.
Yes, yes.
If you can speak up real loud, that'd be great, so everyone can hear you. Do you and Bill have a child?
Yes, we have a 9-year-old daughter.
Okay. And when you met Bill, did he have children of his own?
Yes,
Okay. And what is your relationship with those children?
very good.
Okay. Do you consider yourself their mother?
Yes,
Okay. And Bill and Dale, who's older between the two of them?
Dale.
And is there any other siblings in that family?
They have a sister,
And what is her name?
Julie,
And what is your daughter's name?
Hazel.
And how old is she now?
She's 9.
Did you and Dee do social things together?
Yes,
Okay. Vacations?
yes.
How often would you go on vacation with Dee?
We did camping trips multiple times in the summers. We went to Florida with them,
Once or more than once?
just once to Florida. Dee went on a cruise with Bill and I. We went up in the UP. They had chemical meetings in Mount Pleasant, and Dee and I would go and take the girls and go to the water park.
Did you ever go on vacation when the motor home was used as a place to camp in?
Yes, we went to Florida.
Okay. And do you remember whose idea it was to buy the motor home?
The one that they have now.
Correct.
Dale wanted that.
Okay. And do you remember if Dee wanted it?
She found a different one that she wanted. If I remember correctly, it was at Lazy Days in Florida, and it was cheaper than the one that they had now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Angelina, you know who that is, right?
Yes.
Tell us who Angelina is.
Their daughter,
And they being,
Dale and Dee's daughter.
okay. And how old is Angelina in relation to Hazel?
She's 3 years older.
And Hazel's 9 now. So,
Yes,
all right, so do you know how old Angelina is right now?
12.
And do you call her Angelina or Lena or both?
Mainly Lena.
And do Hazel and Lena go to school together?
They do.
Where at?
Lenawee Christian.
And did you have interactions with Dee at Lenawee Christian?
Yes.
And tell us about those.
I would go and sit in her car with her while we were picking the girls up
Okay, and was that a weekly occasion or almost daily?
almost daily.
What about holidays and that kind of thing? Were you involved with Dee on special occasions?
Yes.
Doing family things?
Yes.
Do you consider yourself part of the Warner family
Now
in 2021?
I did.
Has there been a break since 2021?
Yes.
Objection relevance
Well, it goes to her credibility and bias.
about her relationship with the Warner family. It is certainly not relevant to a material fact in this case.
Overruled.
Thank you, Ann. Has there been a break between you and the larger Warner family since April of 2021?
Very much so.
Okay, and why is that?
Because I don't think what they think.
Okay. Are you the one that started the Justice for Dee movement?
I am.
Okay. Are you the one that decided that it would be called Justice for Dee?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Were you in a position to observe Dee and Dale's relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to specifically talk about 2019, 2020, up through April of 2021. How would you describe their relationship during those about 2.5 years?
A lot of fighting.
Okay. And you were witness to those fights?
Yes.
Are we talking physical fights or verbal fights?
A lot of verbal. There was one fight that
I'm only asking about things that you witnessed.
there were verbal.
Okay. And were they calm, cool, and collected verbal fights, or were they something else?
No, they weren't calm, cool, and collected. And there was a lot of yelling.
Okay. On both sides or just one?
Dee did a lot of the yelling.
Okay. Did you ever see Dale yelling back?
They were too far away, but I could hear her voice.
Okay. Do you recall ever seeing Dale touching Dee?
I never saw that, no.
Okay. And I'm talking about any kind of physical touch at all, back rubs, pat on the back, anything like that?
He would rub her shoulders.
Okay. And were you able to observe Dee's reaction to that?
Yeah.
Okay. What was her reaction?
She'd like push, like just like to stop it, like move her shoulders.
All right. So, in a way to get away from the touch? Is that what you're
Objection
asking?
leading.
Were you aware of any pattern of Dee leaving their house on Munger to go stay someplace else?
She would stay at the lake house.
Okay. And how often did that occur?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Do you have any idea how frequently it would occur? Daily, weekly, monthly, yearly?
Definitely yearly, maybe monthly, maybe every other month. I don't.
All right. And do you know from your own personal knowledge, if she did leave the farm and go stay someplace else, did Lena go with her?
Always.
Thank you. Did you have any contact with Dee over the phone, either by phone calls or texts?
Yes.
Okay, was that frequent?
Yeah.
Okay, would you say, again, daily, weekly, monthly?
Sometimes daily, weekly.
And what was her practice in terms of your personal knowledge, in terms of letting the call go to voicemail or not answering a text?
She always answered.
Okay, she always answered when you called.
If she didn't, she would call right back.
Okay, and texts?
Correct.
Same.
Yes.
Did you see Dee on Saturday, April 24th, 2021?
I did.
All right, where did you see her at?
At the house.
At the Munger house?
Yes.
Okay. Why were you over there?
To pick up Lena.
Had you had a discussion with Dee prior to you arriving to pick up Lena?
Yes, there were
Okay.
text messages.
So you and Dee had arranged for you to be there.
Correct.
And you were going to pick up Lena. Where were you going to go with her?
Back to the house.
Okay. And just for clarification, do Dale and Dee have any other minor children other than Lena?
No.
So she would have been the only child in the home that night, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you were going to take Lena back to your house for the night?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Correct.
And did you do that?
Yes.
All right. Was Dee there when you arrived to pick Lena up?
Yes.
And could you tell us what you observed physically about Dee?
You could tell she had been crying. She had like blotchy marks on her neck. And Dee was always fixed up, makeup, hair, jewelry. Her hair was not as fixed up as what it normally was. I don't recall about any jewelry, but I mean, you could definitely tell she had been crying a lot.
Was this a usual or unusual appearance from your perspective?
Unusual.
Did she say anything to you about her state of mind at that point in time?
Objection hearsay.
And this is a present sense impression. 8033.
Hold on.
Thank you. How did she say that she was feeling or doing at that moment in time? Did she tell you how her day was going?
She did on text message.
Oh, okay. What did she tell you?
That she had been hyperventilating and vomiting all day.
Okay. Did she tell you why she wanted you to pick Lena up?
She said that her and Dale were going to have a talk.
And that's not a present sense impression. Even the hyperventilating and vomiting all day isn't really a present sense impression. That's something that happened in the past. I certainly respect the court's prior ruling, but talking about the talk is not a present sense impression. Objection.
No, I agree it's not. It's a future plan, which is also included under 8033.
8033 is then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. It is about a statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind or emotional, sensory, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feeling, pain, or bodily health. But that you are going to have a talk is not about a mental, emotional, or physical condition.
It's an intent.
I'm gonna sustain that objection.
Thank you.
Was there any interaction between Lena and Dee before you took her back to your house?
Yes.
Okay, where did that happen?
As Lena was walking out the door.
Okay, out the door from inside the house to outside?
Correct.
Okay, and what did you see?
Hazel and her friend and Lena were walking out. And Dee said,
Objection.
Yep,
Hearsay.
just what you saw. Did you see any interaction between Lena And Dee,
She gave her a hug. She told her to come back and get a hug.
okay. And did you see the hug?
Yeah.
Can you describe it for us?
It wasn't like a face-to-face hug. She hugged her from the back and gave her a kiss on the like her top of her head.
And did she say anything to Lena at that point?
I love you.
Objection, hearsay.
No, that's not offered for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. It's not capable of being true or false.
Well, then what would be the purpose if it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted? Then it would be irrelevant.
This is to show whether this was a goodbye forever or goodbye, see you later.
If every time a parent hugs and kisses and says to their child, I love you, the prosecutor thinks that is a forever statement, or a regular statement, is really immaterial. It is a routine thing that a parent does.
Did Dee say anything to you about her plans, about what the talk was going to be about that she was going to have with Dale?
She said she was.
Objection as to hearsay. Again, it's not a mental, emotional, or physical condition. Go ahead.
This is her plan. This is not something that she's remembering. It's her state of mind as to what she's about to do. Under 8033.
That guts the hearsay rule, because Ms. Warner is not here for me to cross-examine. So essentially they can get in any statement that she makes by trying to wrap it up and saying it goes to her intent or her plan. If she said, I'm suffering from a migraine, I'm feeling nauseous, that falls under there. If she says, I'm sad, that falls under there. Something, but not, we plan to talk about this and this is what we're going to talk about. The prosecutor's trying to get that in as a matter of fact as to what was being discussed that evening.
And future plans are admissible. It's things remembered that are not. But if someone's at that moment planning on doing something, a plan, that's admissible under 8033 per the rule.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Did she say what her plan was in regards to this talk with Dale?
She said she wanted to sell the trucking company and be done.
Okay. Be done with what?
The marriage.
Did you have any further contact with Dee, voicemail or text later that night?
I texted her later that night.
Okay. And did she respond?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find her response unusual?
Yes.
Okay. Did it cause you any upset yourself to see what she had responded?
It left me questioning because the response was something that she never put on a text.
Okay. Did you have any more, well, the next morning, did you see Dee Sunday morning now?
No.
Okay. Did you try to contact her sometime that morning in relation to your plans with Lena?
Yes.
Okay. Was that voicemail in person or text?
I texted her
Okay.
and I tried calling her.
All right. And did she answer the text?
No,
Was there more than one text to your knowledge?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did she answer the phone call?
No,
Have you heard from Dee since then?
no.
Did you talk with Dale in the days following that Sunday morning?
Yes.
Did he ever say anything to you about Dee being missing?
I'm sure he did, but I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall him telling you anything about marriage?
Objection, because Ms. Alexander just said she didn't recall. Now the prosecutor is going to state a fact and then miraculously she may recall. She just said she didn't recall what the conversations
Council,
were.
if you could lay more foundation before you can.
Absolutely. So you talked with Detective Dreer on December 1st, 2022, is that correct?
Probably.
Okay, you remember speaking with him?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall telling him?
I am going to object. This is an improper way to try to refresh the witness's recollection. I allowed a little bit of it with Mr. Bush, right? Everyone's sort of getting their feet under them as the exam starts. But to state a fact and then say, do you remember that, is an improper way to refresh your recollection.
Same.
Do you think if we showed you that interview, it would refresh your recollection of what you said?
I'm sure I've said so many things and been interviewed. I can't possibly remember every little thing.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I have nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Alexander, my name is Mary Chartier. I represent Mr. Warner, and I do have some questions for you today. I want to start off with the Justice for Dee page. You said you are the one who started it.
Yes,
Did you start it alone or with someone else?
by myself.
By yourself? When did you start that?
I think it was in October.
October of 2021?
I believe so, yes.
And you're wearing a purple ribbon. What does that signify?
For D,
How often do you wear that ribbon?
often.
What's often?
When we're in court, I'll wear it when we go to her events. I'll wear it on my coat.
So do you wear it on a daily basis?
No, not on a daily basis. I wear my bracelet.
So you have a bracelet that you wear on a daily basis.
Mhm.
You have to answer yes or no for the record.
Yes,
Do you have a sign, a Justice for Dee sign in your yard?
no,
Have you at any point in time?
no,
Have you had a ribbon in your yard?
no,
Have you at any point in time?
no.
Have you attended any vigils or rallies for
Of
Ms.
course.
Warner? How many?
All of them.
Have you put out what you think happened to Ms. Warner on social media?
I may have, I don't recall.
Do you monitor the Justice for Dee page?
No, Catherine kind of took that over.
Who's Catherine?
Catherine Adams.
And who is that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Pardon?
I didn't hear the name.
Catherine Adams.
Oh, thank you.
Catherine Adams. Is she a friend of yours?
Yes,
Did you ask her to do that or did she initiate that?
she just initiated it.
Have you given statements to the media or participated in any documentaries, podcasts, anything like that?
Did the Discovery show, and I gave one statement.
Did you seek out media or did they seek out you?
I don't seek out media.
So is the answer to that they sought out you?
Correct.
Do you know how they would have gotten your name?
I have no idea.
Did you ask them?
No.
When was the first time you spoke with someone official involved in this case? And by that, I mean law enforcement, a prosecutor, or a private investigator.
I don't remember the date.
Do you remember if it was in 2021?
Of course, yes.
Do you remember do you remember who it was?
Maybe Greca? I don't.
How many times do you believe you've spoken with law enforcement about this case?
I have no idea.
More than 5 or less than 5?
More than 5.
More than 10 or less than 10?
Probably more than 10.
More than 20 or less than 20?
Less than 20.
So somewhere between 10 and 20. Accurate?
I would say yes.
What about a private investigator? Have you spoken with a private investigator about this case?
I've spoke with Detective Dreer, Detective Singleton, the FBI. I don't remember their names. The county, the deputies, I don't remember.
What about an investigator hired by the Hardy family? Did you speak with him?
I don't know who.
Do you know, let me jump back. Do you know if the Hardy family or Ms. Warner's children hired a private investigator in this case?
I don't know that they hired anybody, no.
Well, do you know that if they're working with one?
I don't know that they hired one. I don't.
So you are not aware whether they hired or are working with someone who claims to be an investigator, a private investigator in this case?
Unless you're referring to Billy Little, I
Yes.
did not know that he was hired, no.
Okay, so it sounds like you've communicated with Mr. Little.
Yes, I interviewed with him
How many times?
once.
Was that your only communication with him?
No,
What about other communications? Phone call, text, how many times?
I don't recall how many times.
More than 10, less than 10?
I would say more than 10.
More than 20, less than 20?
I honestly don't know how many times. I'm sorry. I don't want to say something and then have it be wrong. I don't know.
What about meetings with the prosecutors? Have you met with the prosecutors in this case?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When was that?
No, twice. They one, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and then once briefly Monday.
And how long were those meetings? Do you recall?
One Monday was less than, I would say 20 minutes, 25 minutes. And the other one, maybe an hour. I don't know. I didn't.
I want to take you, and thank you for answering that line of questioning. I want to take you back to the 24th. And Angelina was coming over to your house to stay with you and play with your daughter, Hazel.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you have to answer yes or no.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to just have to prod you so that you do that. Whose idea was it for Angelina to go over to your house? It was yours, right?
I had said, let them come over and play. They enjoy being around each other.
Because they're cousins, Angelina and Hazel, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And roughly same age range?
Close enough.
But same age range where they enjoy playing together.
Correct.
It wasn't unusual for the two of them to spend time together.
At our house, yes, it was unusual.
So Angelina came to your house, though, at your initiation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sorry.
But then you said at your house, but Hazel would spend time at the Warner house, correct?
A couple times she stayed the night there, yes.
Did you stay the night when Hazel did, or?
No.
So it was a sleepover, what we would traditionally think of as a sleepover, where Hazel would sleep over at the Warners with Angelina.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And then Dee and Dale, of course, would be there. That's their home.
Correct.
You indicated that when Ms. Warner would go away from her house, whether it's to the lake house or somewhere else. Well, let me just ask you this. Who owned that lake house?
I believe Dee did.
Believe Dee did. Did Dee own it with anyone else?
I have no idea.
So when Ms. Warner would leave her home and go to the lake house or wherever, you said Lena would always go with her. Did I remember that correctly from your testimony?
You did?
Did you always see them when she would leave her home?
No, I was not there.
So when you say Lena would always go with her, that's not based on your personal knowledge, correct?
They
And
were
by
always together. I mean,
well, ma'am, always together. Angelina went to school, right?
when Dee was gone and went somewhere and stayed overnight, Lena was always with her.
Did you go with them every time they would leave the house?
No,
So did you see them every time they would leave the house?
no.
And so when I'm talking about personal knowledge, I'm not talking about things that someone told you. I'm talking about things that you witnessed. So you would agree with me, you don't know if Lena was always with her because you didn't see her every time she left her home, correct?
You're not intelligent. She could know by other means. There may be hearsay, but it doesn't mean she doesn't know.
I asked about personal knowledge.
Dee had told me.
I'm not, ma'am, I'm gonna stop you right there and move to strike. It's non-responsive. I'm asking you personal knowledge, things that you observed, things that you saw, things that you heard. When Ms. Warner would leave her home.
No, I was not there when she left her home.
Okay. So you have no personal knowledge that Lena would have always been with her, as you
Correct.
stated on direct, correct?
Correct.
On April 24th, when you went to the Warner home, Ms. Warner also told you she was suffering from a migraine that day, correct?
She had said she had a migraine, yes.
When you left the Warner house, you went back to your house with Hazel and Angelina, and it sounds like there was another friend, correct?
Correct.
You didn't call the police, did you?
No,
Or call 911 because of any concern, right?
no,
And when you got that text message that you said was unlike Ms. Warner, again, you didn't call the police because of some concern, did you?
no,
Or and you didn't call 911, did you?
No.
Ms. Warner's statement to you that you said on direct that she wanted to sell her company and be done with her marriage, she had said those types of things to you before, correct?
not sell the trucking company, no.
She had indicated to you that she wanted to stop working so much and spend more time with her grandchildren and her daughter, right?
That was a problem, yeah.
Okay. And so this isn't the first time you've heard this from her, correct?
To sell the trucking company, no.
To stop working so much. That's not the first time that you heard that line of a statement by Ms. Warner, correct?
She said that several times, but not to sell her company, no.
Right. No, but my question is, she said she wanted to stop working so much. She had told you that before, and you just admitted she told you that several times, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am?
Yes, sorry.
And also, again, fights between Mr. Warner and Ms. Warner, it sounds like you've witnessed some of those, correct?
Correct.
With Ms. Warner yelling at Mr. Warner, right?
Correct.
The date of the 25th, you indicated you tried to reach Ms. Warner, but she was did not respond to you, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that that Sunday morning there's a norm where Ms. Warner's children will have breakfast with her?
Projection of her. If she knows.
I said, are you aware of that? She could say, no, I'm not aware of that.
No.
You seem, I just want to make sure with your testimony and the statements that you have made, you have no personal knowledge of what happened to Ms. Warner, correct?
Correct.
And you do not have any personal knowledge of where Ms. Warner is today, correct?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Yeah, very briefly. Just want to follow up on the questions about whose idea it was for Lena to come to your house. Were you aware of other plans with Lena before you suggested that?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know where Lena was supposed to go that night?
No.
Okay, you. Okay. I have no further questions, but we may want to recall this witness.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Mamie, understand you're still under oath?
Yes.
Please have a seat, speak directly into the microphone.
Ms. Alexander, earlier this morning, I had asked you about things that Dale said to you in the time after Dee went missing, and you said you didn't remember. If I showed you a piece of your interview with the Michigan State Police, do you think it would refresh your recollection of what he said to you?
Probably.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, it's Mr. Are you playing that for her?
I'm going to have her push the button.
Okay, great. I'd like to come over and see what is being played. Thank
Just that.
Mhm.
Is today.
Can you hear?
What communication, if any, other than what you've already told us, did you have with Dale that stands out after that Sunday? You talked about what had happened in September, but were there any
He
other
had made a
communication?
comment, and I don't remember if he was at our house or if I was there. But something to the effect that she got what she deserved.
Did that help refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I'm so sorry, maybe just.
Sorry.
A little bit louder so people feel comfortable.
So asking you about a comment that the defendant made to you after you went missing that related to that incident. So now that you've seen that, do you remember what he said?
He said that, but I don't remember where it was at.
Okay. So you don't remember the physical circumstances of where you face to face with him?
I don't remember.
So it could have been over the phone?
More than likely, no.
Okay. So what is your best memory in terms of whether you were physically in the same place as him talking or something else?
More than likely, yes.
Okay. Do you remember the actual comment that you just got your memory refreshed?
No, but it's been so long ago that I can't remember everything. I'm
Well,
sorry.
Just asking you to remember that one comment.
That's already been asked and answered. She said she doesn't remember the comment, no matter how much product. She already gave her response.
Well, what she said was she didn't remember everything. I just want to focus on that one quote.
But he asked, do you remember that? And she said, no, I can't remember everything. Or words to that effect. She already gave her answer.
I'm sorry?
You're gonna have to wrap this up.
Okay. All right, two other questions then. Well, did you stay in this?
I am sustaining.
Okay, all right. Now I'm going to ask you just two more things about things that Dee may have said to you. Had she talked with you about divorcing Dale before that weekend?
Objection as to hearsay.
We're talking about 8033.
And there's no context of timing. This appears to be a past event.
Can you lay some foundation, Councilman?
Sure. Do you recall a conversation with Dee where she referred to their wedding vows in?
Objection, this appears to be leading.
Sustaining.
Well, Your Honor, they asked for a more specific time frame, and so I don't have a time frame. I have an instance.
When you're laying down the foundation for the statement.
Well, that wasn't the statement, but in the weeks leading up to April 24th and 25th, 2021, had Dee talked to you about the subject of divorce?
I'm sure she had.
Okay. Do you recall anything that she told you that Dale said in that regard?
I'm going to just, when there's a responsive, I'm sure she has. That's not a yes that she did. I mean, it appears to be more speculative. So I'm objecting based on speculation and lack of personal knowledge.
If I could clarify.
Yes.
Right, so I'm talking about things that you recall Dee telling you.
She had said that
Without a context, this is just hearsay that's being admitted.
I think we established the context. We're talking about the time frame leading up to that weekend, talking about the subject of divorce and what Dale had said to her. That should be enough context.
The prosecutor's question was essentially in the weeks leading up to April 24th and 25th. I don't know what the time frame is for weeks, but didn't object to that. And then she said, I'm sure she did. That's not a recollection of events. That's like saying, what did you eat for breakfast 2 weeks ago? I'm sure I ate something on Monday, but I don't remember what it was. That's not personal knowledge. That's purely speculative.
And then I rephrased the question to ask, specific memory. So that's where we're at. Did you specifically remember a statement that Dee made in the weeks up to that event from Dale?
That's a different question.
No.
Ask that question.
Okay, that Dee said that Dale told her. That's my question. Just so we're on the same page.
Rephrase the whole thing.
Okay, absolutely. All right.
Thank you.
So I'm asking you this. Do you have a recollection of Dee in the weeks leading up to that weekend telling you about a conversation that she would have had with Dale about divorce?
You're asking about the divorce or I'm
I'm
sorry,
asking
I'm
you,
confused.
do you have a specific memory about a conversation you had with Dee in which she related to you something that Dale said to Dee about divorce?
He said that this is death to us part.
Okay,
I mean,
thank you.
when is the time, in the weeks leading up to, can we get a clarification on timing?
I don't think the timing, whether it's 3 weeks or 4 weeks.
Right. I'm gonna overrule the objection. You'll have opportunity to cross.
Okay,
Thank you.
and I do want to object as to the statement being made because without a context as to timing, it is not relevant.
His question asked about a specific time frame. Go ahead, Council.
Thank you. All right, last thing we're talking about. Again, in the context of a conversation that you had with Dee, and the subject was divorce, did she say anything to you about Lena? And who Lena might or may not be left with?
She wanted Lena with her.
Okay. And was she afraid about what would happen to Lena if she got a divorce?
Objection leading.
That leaves it open. Do you recall any conversation with Dee regarding divorce where the subject of Lena and what would happen with Lena came up?
Yeah, she was petrified to leave Lena
Why?
because there were certain people that she did not want watching her.
Okay. And was there a specific person?
Yes,
And who was that?
Dale's mom.
Okay. And who's watching her now?
I don't know.
Not right now, but in general, who takes care of Lena?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Alexander, you said a statement was made by Ms. Warner in the weeks before April 24th and 25th. When was that?
That statement was made several times throughout their marriage to me when Dee and I talked privately.
Okay, but you indicated the weeks before. So in the weeks before, when was that statement made?
This has been 3 years ago. I don't remember how many weeks prior to that.
Could it have been over a month before?
It could have.
Could
Like
you
I said,
be-
it came up multiple times of the stuff that he would say that
Sure. I'm going to stop you right there. I would like you to just respond to my question. So you don't know, the question from the prosecutor was it was in the weeks before, but you don't know that it really happened in the weeks before, correct?
correct.
And when did you first tell the police about these supposed statements?
I have no idea. I don't remember.
When the statements were made, again, you didn't call the police because you were so afraid for Ms. Warner, correct?
I had no idea what was going on. I was hoping that she was going to come back. Like,
No, I'm gonna stop you right there. I mean, when the statements were made, right? So you're saying Ms. Warner talked to you about divorce, correct?
correct.
And you said in response to the government's question, it was the weeks before, but you've admitted that it could have been months before. You really don't know when the statement was made, right?
There were several times where the statement was made,
Well,
correct?
the prosecutor specifically asked about a statement made weeks before April 24th and
It could
25th.
have been 2-3 weeks, it could have been a month, it could be 5 weeks.
Right, could have been 3 months, right? You don't remember when this supposed statement was made, right?
Correct.
And you don't remember when you told the police about it, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember if it was the first time you spoke to them or the 10th time that you spoke to them,
I
correct?
have no idea.
And when the statement was made, Hazel continued to go over to the Warner house, right? You said these statements were made by Ms. Warner. Hazel continued to go over to the Warner home, correct?
Only with her father.
But she also spent the night at the Warner home. You've already testified to that.
This
on
was prior to Dee. When Dee was there, yes, she did. After Dee, no.
Yep. Right, after April 20, I'm not asking about after April 24th and 25th. I mean before April 24th and 25th. You're saying these statements were made throughout your relationship with Ms. Warner, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Sorry, yes.
That's all right. My point is that Hazel went over to the Warner household without you, correct?
Correct.
And she would spend the night there with Ms. Warner and Mr. Warner and Angelina, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware at all that Lena is being cared for by her brother, Jaron?
That's what I have heard, but I don't know. I have no contact with Lena.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
No biggie.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, I will do that as the last one. Next one's only like 15 minutes. Let me just switch to, thanks Josh for sending this through. So this is the lawyer, Mary Chartier, a pit bull in high heels and a Mike Tyson in the courtroom. So I don't love her choice of people she chooses to defend because yeah, I don't love them. The firm, so first of all, Takura Nyampakudza, I'm pretty sure he is from Zim or his parents are. But they're in the same firm. And so I think Evie, I think you were the one who mentioned that they remind you of the back and forth reminds you of Shannon. Turns out Takura, who is her partner at the firm, was or is the lawyer for the Michigan MSU. What is MSU again? Michigan State University gymnastics coach. So similar to NASA, similar allegations, and their attorney is that guy. So yeah, saying that SA allegations are probably politically motivated. And that's kind of my beef with Shannon is, even if she is an amazing lawyer in some parts, I don't see a lot of amazing though, if I'm honest. Look how skew that picture is. That is so annoying. I'm sorry. I don't like how she lawyers, and I think a lot of what she does is very unethical. But to me, when you are a defense attorney and you can choose who you represent, I would not choose the people she does. However, there is also something to be said for these two because they have had, I think I saw 2 criminal convictions, wrongful convictions overturned. I didn't like Shannon's tone and argumentativeness. So actually one of the things I've planned in like down the line is I want to go back and explain, technically speaking, like not a bash on her character, but technically speaking, what she did wrong in her presentation style and why she comes across so unlikable and why you find her hard to listen to. Because in terms of public speaking, there's a lot that she could fix very easily. But I have like a working folder of like presentation skills for lawyers that I want to run through. And I've got notes in there. Okay, so basically there is this 16-minute one left. The police forensic analysis. And then unfortunately, because it is 11 p.m. in 25 minutes, I am going to need to go to bed. And I will put this up tomorrow. If I can't talk, then I'm going to leave it running. But I also think that because a lot of people said I interrupt court too much, that it maybe works better with me just dropping a thing in the chat every now and then. Closed captions are on. Oh. The other thing is, Evie, people need to be digging into her. Something is not right there. I don't want to go into detail and get myself in the naughty corner if I've successfully dodged it for 4 hours, 31 minutes. But if there are the pictures on your child's phone that you were saying there are, someone needs to look into that, because fine. Why does this look like an angry fine? Okay, that only leaves me with 30 minutes left of my workday. Paula, did you watch Judge Simpson getting emotional? Because that's about 20-something minutes. If I knew how to redirect, I'd just redirect to myself. Okay, let's do this. The cat that is going to probably eat us one day needs her meds.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat. Speak directly into the microphone. Spell your first and last name, please.
Danielle Vandenheuvel, DANIELLE VANDENHEUVEL.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell us where you work.
I work for the Michigan State Police.
Okay, and what do you do for the state police?
I'm a digital forensic analyst.
Okay, what does that entail?
The role of a digital forensic analyst is to acquire and analyze data from various forms of technology. By doing that, we create the best possible copy, and then we can take that copy of data and load it into different programs and then make it into a human readable. We can see potentially call logs, web history, and then we can either analyze that data or provide it to an investigator for further review.
Okay. What is your involvement with this case?
I located various data from some cell phones and then validated other data too.
Okay. Where did you get the data that you analyzed?
There was 2 different forms. I got one from Detective Sergeant Dreyer.
What was the other one?
It was also provided by Detective Sergeant Dreyer, but our office had done the extraction of the device.
Okay, so what is the device in question?
It was a iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Okay, and you said there's an extraction of that device?
Yes.
What is that?
A data extraction is a copy of the contents of the device.
Okay, and you said there was two copies that were provided to you?
Yes.
And do you know the difference between the two?
Yes. One copy was a data extraction that was performed by Monroe County, and then another copy was performed by an individual in my office.
Okay. Right, and it's your job to go through those and pull out any kind of data that's in there.
Yes, at the request of OIC or whatever is of interest.
Okay. All right. So, Your Honor, we have an exhibit. It's a external drive, and it's got thousands of pages on it of various different items. This one happens to be 15F. So 15F is the Monroe County extraction. We're going to be admitting that portion of it only, or seeking to admit that portion of it only at this point.
Whose device?
This
That's
is,
the one thing.
I'm sorry. It's a device from the Michigan State Police. We're going to be providing the chain of evidence later on in this case. But for the time being, I just wanted it marked as people's proposed exhibit 15, with 15F being identified as the Monroe County extraction.
We just identified.
Correct.
Okay.
But my question is, whose device? So whose phone, whose iPad, who is it? How is it relevant? I don't think that we've gotten into
Correct.
who the owner of the device is.
I think he was just identifying this piece
That's
of
correct.
evidence, and then I think he's gonna get to the.
Oh, thank you.
So whose device was it that was extracted by Monroe County?
Based off user accounts and context, it appeared to be a device used by Dale Warner,
Okay. And what kind of a device was it?
an iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Okay. All right. Showing you what's been marked as people's proposed 32.
I haven't seen it. You didn't show it to me.
Showing you proposed exhibit 32. Can you identify that?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a data usage log in relation to the application Find My iPhone.
Okay. Are there more than one page?
Yes,
Okay. And what's on pages 2 and 3?
a data usage log for the application Milestone, and then a data usage log for the application My Cadillac.
Okay. And those,
My Cadillac,
are you familiar with that document?
yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I created this document based off the data extraction.
Okay. That is extraction from Monroe County.
Yes,
Okay, of Mr. Warner's phone.
yes,
Okay. On the first page is the Find My iPhone page. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. Is there a column that says last connected date/time?
Yes.
I don't think this exhibit has been admitted at this point in time, so we're talking about it without its admission. So that's objection 1.
Is this this report was created by you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, from the phone that you were given, the
Yeah.
extraction. Okay. All right, we've moved to admit this exhibit then.
I'm objecting. This was not made or kept in the ordinary course of business. This is specifically prepared for litigation. She received an extraction from some other individual and then is carving out portions of it for usage by the prosecutor. Therefore, it is not admissible under MCL 766.111B. And without the person who did the extraction, so this is her report that she prepared for court today, but without the person who did the extraction, it is based on a flawed chain of custody.
So the chain of custody goes to weight, not admissibility. That's why we did it in this order.
Okay, I will allow it.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Okay, so in regard to the
That's exhibit 32, because we don't have that listed as well.
right, this is a new exhibit, sorry.
Okay. And that was 32, is that correct?
Yes. When did you provide this to me?
I can't recall the exact date.
Okay. recently, right?
Yes.
Okay. So on the first page, the last connected date/time, what does that indicate?
The last connected date and time indicates when that process was last connected to a cellular network.
Okay. And so is that process an immediate process, or does it go in a length of time? So in other words, is it 1 second, or could it be an hour?
It could be a length of time.
Okay. What is the last use date, the column next to that?
That is the last use date of that process from the application.
Okay. So we know when the process connected in the last connected time, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the first time that the process connected in the last connection date and time?
It's the last connected date and time.
Right.
That's
Is
the
that
process.
when the connection was initiated? So you said it could go over a period of time.
Yes.
Do we have a time when that process was initiated?
The last connected date and time would be when it was connected to the network.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Going down to row 6 on that page. Okay, can you tell us the last connected date and time on that row?
Yes. Last connected is 4/25/2021, 8:48:42.639.
Okay, so on April 25th, 2021 at 8:48 and 42 seconds, what happened?
That process was connected to a cellular network.
Okay, and what was the process?
It was fmfd.com.apple.datausage.findmyiphone.
Okay, and so does the Find My iPhone tell you anything?
It just tells me that that application is the application that the process was coming from.
Okay, so that application, Find My iPhone, connected at 4/25/2021 at 8:48 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. The next column, or the next row 7, does it indicate another time that Find My iPhone connected?
Yes.
What time was that?
10/28:49.396.
On the 25th also?
Yep.
Okay. And then the last row, did Find My iPhone connect again?
Yes.
And what time was that?
2:30:56.501.
Again on the 25th?
Yes.
All right, do we know whether this is a user actively using Find My iPhone, or could it be something running in the background on the phone?
We don't know what causes the connection.
All right, turning to page 2. What is the app in question on page 2?
Milestone.
In the first row, what was the time that app connected to the system?
It was 4/25/2021, 8:49:09.411.
Okay. Did the Milestone app connect again on 4/25?
Yes.
Okay, when did it connect the second time?
8:49:08.0745.
Okay. And then there's there's a third one at 8:49 also that
Yes.
morning? Okay, and what about the fourth time?
9:04:07.075.
Okay, and again, the same question. Do we know whether this is the user actively accessing Milestone or the phone doing it in the background?
No.
You don't know. All right. Turning to the last page. What app is represented there?
My Cadillac.
Okay. And when is the last connected time in row 1?
Last connected is 4/24/2021.
Okay, and is there a last used date and time in that row?
Yes.
And what is the last used date and time for that?
4/25/2021, 7:44:29.174 a.m.
Okay, so it's 7:44 a.m. on the 25th. The phone accessed the My Cadillac app.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Do we know what process was used? Does this tell us what My Cadillac process was used?
Just a generic process. I don't know what it is.
Okay. And does this reflect both connections over Wi-Fi or just the cellular network?
Just cellular.
You said that the county extraction was for what kind of iPhone?
iPhone 12 Pro Max.
And were you able to determine from the extraction when that phone went into service?
I believe it was around 3/19 of 2021.
All right. Were you able to ascertain the email address that was being used on that phone?
The account associated with it was warag@me.com.
And is there anything in the data that you saw that would have indicated what phone was used before that phone was activated?
A previous device, you mean?
Yes.
With additional analysis, I might be able to determine, but right now I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Ms. Vanden Heuvel?
Yes.
Okay, great. I wanted to make sure I pronounced it correctly. My name is Mary Chartier. I really just have a few questions for you this afternoon. Lawyers frequently say that, but it is true for me. The report that you were discussing with Mr. McCready, you said you didn't remember when that was prepared, but it was recently. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you remember how recent? A week ago, 2 weeks ago?
Within a week or two.
Within a week or two. And then what was the request for that report? Because it sounds like you had, well, let me ask this. Had you reviewed data before that report was prepared?
A couple various things, but not all the data. I didn't look through everything.
Was there a specific request for data as it relates to this case that was made a couple of weeks ago?
Besides, I'm just looking through different items of interest.
So I'm trying to get why this report was prepared at this time.
I was requested to look for data usage in regards to this application.
And all data usage or a targeted time period?
Just a time frame.
Just a time frame. And you had done other work and other analysis, but this was a targeted request to look for this application for a particular time frame.
The other requests were about the same time frame.
Okay, but just to do different things?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. I just wanted to make sure I had that under control. And then I have no additional questions for you, ma'am. Thank you.
Anything further?
Okay, let me just close the door. 1 sec. Oopsie. Evie, there is absolutely no shame because I also didn't really understand what they meant. And thanks to, I guess, let's just blame my ADHD, I still have every single conversation I've had with ChatGPT ever. And one of them was explain preliminary hearings like I'm a 5-year-old. And it says, imagine you're playing a game with your friends and someone says a player broke the rules. Before deciding if they really did, everyone gathers to hear what happened. A preliminary hearing is like that gathering, but for grown-ups in court. In a big, serious case like murder, Evie, no, I'm not. What's the next word? Ready to face these kinds of things. I don't know, poison rationality. In a big, serious case like murder, the judge listens to both sides to see if there's enough reason to believe someone might have done something wrong. It's not about deciding if they're guilty yet, just checking if there's enough to talk about later. Honestly, without ChatGPT explaining things to me like I'm 5, I don't think I could adult efficiently. And like, I sound so smart when I can explain it back, but it's because I've had to try to understand it in a million different ways to get to that point. So now I've just started asking, explain to me like I'm 5. Okay, so here's where we're at now. So we still have, did I skip someone to get to this 15 minutes? No. So we've got the engineer that worked with him, cell phone records analyst, massage therapist, this wording was so weird to me, who serviced Dee Warner. There's an investment employee who I think also worked with them, a criminal intelligence analyst, lead investigator, a Secret Service agent, and then somewhere in there we have body cam, and it looks like interrogation maybe, and then the judge's ruling. Now, I love Panic at the Disco so much. Like, I love it. Yeah, they didn't say murder. They didn't explain the murder part, but like I feel like 5-year-olds would know. So here's where we're at now. The judge has already made her ruling. And if you don't want to know what that ruling is, this is your buffer to mute or whatever. Just going to give a couple of seconds. Bugdugger, everything, explain things to me like I'm 5 is the best thing. If you have a paid chat GPT, you can actually get a lawyer GPT. But that lawyer is much like a real lawyer and has to ask a bajillion questions before they give you the answer. Okay, buffer over. So this is going to trial. So what that means now is the next stage is going to be in front of a grand jury to decide what charges he faces. Will it be murder 1, murder 2, etc.? Only from then does it go to a jury trial. That update was posted on the 7th of June, so 12 days ago. And we're in this for the long run, basically. And I will most likely follow as much of it as I can, provided there's media access. I've got just in terms of like what I'm lining up, I've got a Judge Boyd to check out. I suspect it might be SA because I think I might have listened to it for a little bit. So I want to check that out, see if that trial's decent. I've also got ex-cop just happened. Man, the name is gone. Susana Morales. I've got that as well. And then I am actively pulling together South African court cases. And ones that are going to be relatively easy accent-wise for people to understand. Because there is one like there's Krugersdorp murder, but I think there's a lot of Afrikaans in there, and quite a few people in that trial have very thick Afrikaans accents, and I think it's going to be tough because the closed captions already struggles with me, and I have a neutral accent, so can't imagine trying to explain murder to my 5-year-old. So we asked ChatGPT, I need to hurry up. I got to take my sleeping tablet. Explain murder to a 5-year-old. Imagine you have a toy that's very special to you. Now imagine someone breaks that toy on purpose and you can never play with it again. When we talk about murder, it's like that, but with a person. It means someone hurt another person very badly on purpose, so that person can't live anymore. It's very serious. And that's why grown-ups and judges need to talk a lot about what happened to understand and make sure it's right or wrong. My lady, we can go back to Oscar, but I think the problem we had with Oscar was there was some missing. Or do we just wing it and I fill you guys in on what's missing? Let's see how it goes. Let's wrap up this one. And then if in that time, because it's Wednesday, I generally need to do this stuff over the weekend. but I got like 90% of Fun Bradar sorted over the weekend. So we can see if I can maybe just fill you in. Sweet dreams, son. Okay, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I need to ask you to do the YouTube things before you leave because that really helps. And if you haven't been here before, I am still very much a small channel and I have a little way to go before I can be monetized, but I have 522, which is 24 more than I had yesterday. So I appreciate it. My mods, who I think might be out living their best lives. Thank you. If you're here, if you're not, don't stress. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Probably aiming for about 7:38 your guys' time, if you're in the US. Bye. Sleep well.